Hello everyone, welcome to a class of DaVinci Resolve Essential for Learning Video Editing. So if your plan is to learn video editing from the beginning, then you are in the right place because we'll cover in this class from the basic to advanced. This is a beginner level class, so if you have no previous experience, then you are in the right place and you can join in this particular class. So let's take a look what you learned. Creating new project in DaVinci Resolve, understanding the workspace in DaVinci Resolve, working with the edit page, timeline in detail, editing tools in DaVinci Resolve, understanding the inspector panel, video transitions, using effects in DaVinci Resolve, managing the audio, using text in DaVinci Resolve, keyframing to do animation, fusion page in the DaVinci Resolve, color correction in DaVinci Resolve, and exporting the footage. After completing this class, you will be able to do some basic video editing using transition and effect, audio editing, export and render your video, make titles and load thirds. This is a project-based class, so during learning, you will have class project. So what you learned, and you will be able to participate in class project, so you can do practice while you are learning. You will have supporting resource in this class, so it will be easier for you to learn. During learning, if you face any issue or if you have any question, then feel free to ask me. I'm always there for you to help you. So let's start learning DaVinci Resolve for video editing together. Hi everyone, and welcome you all to the first chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential tutorial. So now, as we are starting on with this particular tutorial, so here I will be starting on with how you can actually create a new project in DaVinci Resolve. Also, I will be showing you from where you guys can get access to this particular application, okay, how you can download it, okay. I will make you guys understand about the interface in this particular class, and in next class I will be talking you guys or taking you guys through the workspace. Okay, so here I'll be just giving you guys that introduction of why you should use DaVinci Resolve for your video editing. So let's not waste time and let's get started on creating new project in DaVinci Resolve. So now first I will just take you guys to Chrome. Okay, so as you guys can see now I am here in the Chrome. So from here, what I can do is I can just type over here the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so maybe I will just type DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so I will type DaVinci Resolve and I will click on enter over here. And now it will take me to this particular page over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, this is the first page which I will choose. So to know that like DaVinci Resolve is a software by the Blackmagic Design. Okay, so I will come here and let me just open up this file for you all that you guys will be able to see the home page of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, and if you are familiar with Premiere Pro or the Final Cut Pro, so for me, a personal view is that DaVinci Resolve is basically a combination of the Adobe Premiere Pro and as well as the Final Cut Pro. But this one is mostly known for its color correction and also the color contrast. Okay, so this one is known for its coloring as it has the best coloring options. Okay, you guys can basically use. Here you guys can see as this one is the home page. So these are a few of the videos which are being created using the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so as you guys can see, if you want to download, you guys can just click down here. Okay, so now this is the latest version which they do have it now. So from here basically you guys can actually, if you do have a Mac, you can download it for Mac. If you're using a Windows, you can use it for your Windows, or if you're using a Linux, okay, in that case you can download it for a Linux. Okay, so for me right now, I don't have to download this. Okay, but if you want to get the premium version of DaVinci Resolve Studio, in that case, you can just buy this thing for $295 over here. Okay, so if you just come here, you can just place your order and just buy it off. Okay, so if you're working on video editing for like for a long time, or if you are working on a continuous basis, okay, in that case, this might be a great investment for your work. Okay, so this DaVinci Resolve is one of the great thing over here, okay, which we can actually use. Okay, so now if I will just go back again, okay, so I am back again over here. Okay, so there are different things which we'll learn, but I hope you guys have understood that why DaVinci is quite different. Okay, I have told you guys that this is known for its color grading and color correction, okay, which is the specialty of this one comparing to other video editing software available in the market. Okay, so for me, I have already downloaded DaVinci Resolve, and that is also installed in my system. Okay, so I will just click here, and here you guys can see I do have my DaVinci Resolve over here. So from here, what I can do is I can just double click this one. Then here you guys can see that particular page is loading. Okay, so now once you just open up over here, you guys can see that I will do have a page kind of like this. Okay, so this is just the opening page of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so here you guys can see these are the recent works which I do have over here on my screen. Okay, so these are the recent works which I have done here in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so now if you this is the project, you can just hide it over here. Okay, so now let's try to understand this part. So if you want to open up a file, okay, you just can come here and just click on open. Okay, so here it will take you to this file directly, and what you can do is you can just come here and go to the media pool, and you guys can actually come back to the same place. Okay, so here if I just click here on quitting on DaVinci Resolve, I can just quit those thing like that. Okay, again I will just show you some things over here. Okay, so that was about creating or opening a new file. If you want to create a new project, you can just click here. Okay, it will just create a new project for you. Okay, suppose if I want to add a new folder. Okay, so now if I just type essentials classes. Okay, so I will just create a folder over here. Now what I can do is, as I have created this particular folder, I can just as I do have this thing right now, but what I want to do is I will just quit this one. Okay, I just wanted to drag and drop this thing. Okay, but again I will just come here in my DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so now if I want to add some files, okay, inside my folder, so I will just come here. Okay, and now if I want to create some new project under this one, I will be able to create some new project under this over here. Okay, and this one over here. Okay, so if I want to create some new folder under this here as well, okay, under a new folder, I can do that. Okay, so if I just want to copy any project, okay, I will be also able to do that. Okay, so for now, if I just come here, as you guys can see, this is basically the project libraries. Okay, so this project libraries is basically used for the people, those who are working on DaVinci Resolve, like more than one people can get access to that particular video or footage and work at the same time. So many of them can work on the same time at the same footage. So for that, this local database, okay? So if you want to add anything to the project library, okay, you guys can just click here at project library. If you want to create one, you guys can create one. But if you do have a link to join someone else's, you guys can just click here on connect, then name that one and just browse it from your system. Okay, so you guys will be able to do that here as well. And now if you want to import any file over here, you just need to click on import, and from here you guys will be able to import that particular file. Okay, so I'll just come back again here. Okay, so here you guys can see these are the recent files which I do have here. Like if I will select this one, and if I want to export this thing, I can click here and I can basically save wherever I want to save this. Okay, but I do want to save this particular file. So this was some classes which I took before. And now here, these icons, you guys can just zoom in these icons if you want to increase their size. If you want to decrease their size, you can just lower their size kind of like this. Okay, so now this one, if you want to segregate or sort these things according to their name or the dates, okay, so according to the frame rate, you guys can do that. Okay, and after clicking any particular thing over here, if you want to get some information, okay, so here you guys can basically see the information of all these files. Okay, so here you guys can see this was last modified when. Okay, you guys can get some informations regarding that. And here, now this one is in thumbnail view. If I want to get this thing in a list view, I can just click here. And here you guys can see that I can actually get all of these things in a list view here as well. Okay, so now if you are searching for a particular file, suppose you do have 200, 300 work here in your DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so here using the search button, you guys can actually search that thing out. Okay, suppose if I just click here title and lower thirds, okay, here you guys can see I do have this particular file over here. So this is how we guys will be able to search things out. And again, from here you guys can just filter things according to their format, or if any notes you added, or according to the name. Okay, so this is about that. And here in this network option, you guys will be able to get access. So if you do have any file in your cloud storage, okay, so from here you just need to get the premium version or have to buy some Blackmagic cloud space. Okay, so from here first you need to create that account, sign in, and you guys can get access to your work if you save it in your cloud system. So I'll just come here again at the local. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood till this much. Okay, so now let's come on creating a new project. So for creating a new project, I'll come here. I will just click on new project, and now I will just name this one as chapter 1. Okay, so I will just name this one as chapter 1. And what I can do is I can just click on create. Okay, so if you don't save any particular name, by default, it will be saved as untitled 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. Okay, so now once I click on create, here you guys can see now I do have the workspace in my DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so this is basically the workspace. Okay, so where I will be working here in my DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so from here basically if you want to go back to the same page, okay, so you just need to come here and go to the file option, and from the file option you guys can go to the project manager. So here as you guys can see, now again I am back at the same place. Okay, so from here I can actually create another project if I want to. Okay, so right now I'll just close this thing down, and again if you want to get access to the project you have created, you guys can actually click on Shift+9. Otherwise, go to File and come here just underneath the project manager option, you do have the project settings, okay? So from here, you guys can see I do have a lot of project settings over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I do have the tablet resolution. From here, if you want to change anything up, you guys can also change things up here as well. Okay, so if you want a cinemascope, okay, so you guys can get a cinemascope here, but I'll take the square. Okay, so these settings which I already do have here. So these are basically the default settings. Okay, so mostly which I focus on is the tablet resolution and the frame rate. Okay, so if you guys don't know what frame rate is, so in 1 second, okay, so videos are basically a sequence of images. Okay, so those images are taken quite fast that it gives a smooth motion. So here once I have selected 24 frames rate, okay, that means that here in 1 second I will have 24 frames in 1 second. Okay, and this is how it will basically count. Okay, 24 frames in per second. Okay, or 25 images, which we can call over here. Okay, so sometimes it depends on the video. Okay, what type of video, what type of camera do I'm using. Okay, if you're downloading it from any other software like Pixels or Pixabay. Okay, so these are few of the websites which you guys can use to get your preview file, okay, or the practice file. Okay, so from there you guys can actually get those, and these are video monitoring options. Okay, so from here you guys can select the video format, and here there are other options, okay, which we will learn once we just go on. Okay, so here image scaling, okay, sharp. Okay, so there are a lot of options according to the frame over here. Okay, so we can use all of this, but for now I will just not change anything for now, and I'll just cancel this thing over here. Okay, so this was about how you can actually create a new interface. Okay, and in next class I'll be telling you guys about the workspace in which we are going to work. Okay, so here you guys can basically get an idea of this particular frame over here. So if you have used Adobe Premiere Pro, okay, so sometimes you might feel, okay, this setting is kind of like the Adobe Premiere Pro. And sometimes you might feel, okay, this is a feature of the Final Cut Pro, okay, which I have used before. So if you're familiar with video editing, this course is not going to take or not going to be much of a problem to understand. Okay, so here I do have this workspace, and as I was telling, from where you guys will be able to download free videos. Okay, so here I will just click, and here you guys can see this is pixels.com. Okay, so from pixels.com what I can do is I can just come here and I can download various videos. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, if I just hover my mouse around here, you guys can see I can just get a preview over here. Okay, so any of this video from here I can basically download. So let me download this video, which we'll be using in the later stages of our tutorial. Okay, so this one is another video which I will download. So you guys will be able to download from here. Okay, and let me show you guys another website which you guys can also use. Okay, so that one is Pixabay. Okay, so I will just write Pixabay and I'll click on enter, and here you guys will be able to see that I will have different videos over here as well. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this is a 4K video. Okay, so from here, if I want to download this, I can basically download the videos from here. And from Pixabay, if you want to download some musics, okay, you guys will be able to download these musics from here as well. Okay, so if you want to listen what kind of musics are this, you guys can just play this thing out. And to download, you guys can just come here and click on the download option. So here I will download this thing as well. And also I will download this particular music from here as well. Okay, so these things are free to download. If you want to get a preview of what type of music this is, you guys can click here and just get a preview. If you want to come here, okay, check these things out. Okay, so this is about the Pixabay here as well. Okay, and from Pixabay, I will also download some videos. If you want to download some sound effects, illustrations, okay, you guys will be able to download all of this from here as well. Suppose I want to find some videos of the nature. Okay, so I will just click on nature and I'll just click on enter over here. And here you guys can see these are few of the royalty-free videos which I don't need a license to download. Okay, but before downloading any of this, make sure you check the license. Okay, so I will just download this quite like this. Okay, so those things are getting downloaded, and from here you guys can come here and click on the content license. Okay, you guys can check that this content is free to use, what all you can do and what all you are not allowed to do over here. Okay, so I will just come back again. Okay, so I will just continue downloading these things. So these things are getting downloaded. I'll just minimize this part and back again at my DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so once I am done with downloading those videos, okay, so we'll be learning about the workspaces in our next class. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 2, and here we'll be understanding the workspace in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so from here we'll be learning about all of that in detail in particular class. Okay, what are the pages available, what all we can do. Okay, so there are basic 7 pages where we can actually divide our work and get the final product or the final footage in which we are working on. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on understanding the workspace in DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the workspace of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so I have told you guys about this particular interface before. Okay, so if you guys can basically see, I do have my media pool over here. This is the sync bin if you want to add any transitions, titles, okay, and different effects. Okay, so from here, if you want to see it in a full screen, you guys can see it in a full screen. And once you upload or once you import your media into the timeline, in that case, here I also do have the inspector panel from where we will start working. Okay, so basically if you guys notice or just look here in this particular workspace, okay, so there are basic 7 pages. Okay, so the first one is media. Okay, the second one is cut, and here this is the edit option. Okay, where we'll be spending most of our time. Okay, so this is the main part where we'll be working. And after that, this is the fusion option. Okay, so fusion is basically option I'll be explaining you guys. So this is quite an advanced, and this is one of the most or the greatest feature available in DaVinci Resolve, which is coloring. Okay, so they do provide us with some advanced coloring. Okay, we'll be learning about that. And after that, once you want to work with your audio, okay, or the sound effect, anything as such, you can come here in the fair light option. And the last thing here, this is the deliver option in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so we'll start with importing some media. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I am here in my media panel from where I will be able to actually upload or import my videos which I'm going to work on with. Okay, so here as you guys can see, here I do have the file. Okay, so it's just here in my PC. So this is my C drive. Okay, so I will come here, and from here basically I can search where do I have my videos. Okay, otherwise if I just come here, okay, so these are few of the options. So what I can do is I can come here. If I do have any videos right around here, I can basically download it from here. So these are the files which are there in my C drive. So here on top, as you guys can see, once I'm here in my C drive, I do have my essential files. Okay, so I have actually divided the audios and the videos, which I do have it here. Okay, so as you guys can see, once I just hover my mouse on top of my video, I can just get a preview on my screen. Okay, so here, as you guys can also see, I can just have this video here, and this one also will just give me a preview of this thing. Okay, if I just click on this one, okay, I will be able to see it here in my screen. Okay, so right now I guess they don't have an audio to it. So what I can do is, if I just want to bring this thing down, I can just bring it here in my panel. Okay, so or in my media pool. So here, once I try to bring my media pool or my media here in this particular media pool, okay, they're showing me a warning page right here. Okay, so they're asking me change project frame rate. So what's the issue right here? We need to understand that first, okay? So they're telling me the selected clip, I have a different frame rate to the project. So would you like to change your timeline frame rate to match? Okay, or you can't undo this action. Okay, so once I change this frame rate, so before that, what I'll do is I will just come over here. Okay, so maybe I will just click right over here. Okay, if I want to change this thing up, I will just directly change it. Okay, so now I do have this particular media. Okay, so first off, we need to understand this thing. Okay, so for that, I just need to go to the file, and here in my project settings, as you guys can see, it was before 24 frames per second, but this video is 29.97 frames per second. Okay, so I have matched that one, and the screen resolution now is 1920 into 1080. So here it's showing me that it have changed according to the video, because it have read it by itself. And now what I can also do is I will just import all of this media here as well. Okay, so now this is how you guys can actually import a media, and here you guys can actually see the start timing. Okay, and also from here you guys will be able to see the size and the type of video which I do have here. Okay, so now I do have these things here in my media pool, and you guys already know this is if I want it in thumbnail view, if I want it in a list view, I can get that, but I always prefer the thumbnail view to view my things up. Okay, and what I can also do is I can just hide this thing up. Okay, and I can really adjust this placing. Okay, if I want to get a big screen over here, I can actually get a big screen right over here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood how you can actually import your media down from here. And this particular screen, okay, that there is no much work, but here also you guys can actually zoom in, zoom out. Okay, if you want to zoom in 200%, you guys can do that. And if you want to fit it, here this one is fitted here as well. Okay, so once you have imported your media over here, what you can do is you can come here in the second option. Okay, so I'm just going through all of these things just to make you guys understand about the workspace. Okay, but after this one, I'll be telling you guys in detail about all these things. Okay, so now this comes the cut option. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I do have these 3 videos here in my media pool. Okay, so what I can do is if I just want to drag and drop it here, I will be able to drag and drop this particular set of videos over here. Now I want to drag and drop this thing here as well. Okay, so now if you just want to make some basic cut, okay, so I will just select this, I will delete this one. Okay, so here you guys can actually see that I have already created a timeline. Okay, so if you have used any other video editing software before, like Adobe Premiere Pro, in that case you guys are familiar with the sequence, okay, how to create a sequence. This is the same thing, but in DaVinci Resolve they call it the timeline. Okay, so don't need to get frustrated, oh, what timeline is and all, okay, because it's just same thing what a sequence is in Premiere Pro. Okay, so to this particular timeline, what we can do is we can add a lot of videos, okay, as you guys can see. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I will check this timeline. What is the timeline settings over here? So here you guys can see this is basically the timeline setting. Okay, so there is basically the format which I look into, but there are other things as well, which is the monitor, output, okay, the colors. Okay, so I will just click on OK over here, and now I will just double click this thing, and here for doing some minor trimming and all, we can use this particular option over here. So from here what I can do, if I just wanna trim this video down, or if I just want to trim this from here, this end as well, okay, so from here I am just trimming this thing down. I just want to take only this particular part, and here also I do have this particular playhead which I can work with. Now what I can do is I can just bring this one here, and now I can just play this thing and just look how it actually looks. Okay, so this is the video which I do have here. Now what I can do is I can just come here, and now I can just import this media. Okay, as you guys can see, so only that part of the video is being imported over here. Okay, so these are few of the options. Okay, so if you want to trim this thing down from here as well, you guys will be able to do that thing from here as well. Okay, so this is basically the playhead. So if I just play this thing, if I just come here, then if I try to just play this thing up, okay, I can just play this thing around over here as well. Okay, so you guys can see. So here, as I have already showed you, now I do have only one video here. Okay, so basically if you just try to see around here on my screen, on this cut option, okay, or this cut page, I do have basically two timelines. Okay, so if you guys can see, here is one timeline, okay, and here is the another one. Okay, so what is the difference between that? Okay, so now you guys will understand better if I just come here, and now I will just go back, okay, and I will try to import the media, or I'll just try to join this media over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have joined this particular media over here. Okay, so I do have two frames, or the two clips or footages here in this particular timeline. Okay, as you guys can see, I am able to see that, and if I just add another one over here, okay, so now if I will come here, and now if I just join this thing, okay, so let me just take this thing somewhat over here, take this particular playhead. Here in this particular place, what I'm going to do is I will just delete this one, and now it will just join it by itself. Okay, this is how I can actually move my frames around. And here, as you guys can see, I also do have audio. Okay, so that's not the audio which I'm going to use, but just to make you guys understand that this frame, or this particular timeline which is there on top in DaVinci Resolve, okay, this actually shows you that how many clips you're working with. Okay, and here you guys won't be able to see each and everything, but here actually you get a better idea of how many footages you are going to work with. Okay, so once you are done trimming, okay, once you're done trimming, otherwise you want to come here and do the trimming and stuff, you guys can do it from here. Okay, so this is the pause button. If you want to play this thing up, okay, you guys can play this. If you want to pause this one, you can pause this. Take this playhead down again here in the starting, okay, and here if you want to get this thing in loop, okay, you guys can also get this thing in loop here as well. Okay, so this is about the cut option. Okay, so this is basically used to trim your video down and then import it. Okay, so now let's go to the main workspace, which is the edit page. So here, as you guys can see, now I do have my edit page right over here. Okay, so now once I am here in my timeline, okay, so if I just come here, okay, if I just try to move around my playhead, I am able to move around my playhead here as well. And if I just want to zoom out here in my timeline, if I want to see what all footages do I have here, okay, in that case, what I can do is I can just click on Control and minus from my keyboard. You guys can see the footage is becoming smaller. Okay, if I want to see in detail, I can click on Control and the plus sign from my keyboard. Okay, so you guys might think, okay, this looks quite familiar. I have seen this thing somewhere. Okay, so if you're familiar with the Adobe Premiere Pro or any video editing software, in that case, you guys will be familiar with this kind of workspace. Okay, so for you, basically, you can come here and maybe if you want to decrease it, okay, or just increase the size from this end, okay, you guys will be able to do that from here. Okay, as you guys can see, and this is the inspector media. Okay, so from here, if you want to see this, you guys can actually see all of this over here. Okay, so this is the part where we will be working mostly like how you can actually position things, rotate your stuff around. Okay, so this is the edit options. Okay, so from here as well, you guys will be able to transform. Okay, if you want to crop things up, you guys will be able to crop things up. Okay, so these are the trim edit mode. Okay, dynamic trim. Okay, the blend mode. Okay, so if you want to insert a clip, if you want to override, if you want to replace any clip, okay, and make sure that you on your snapping. Okay, whenever you're working here, okay, make sure that you on your snapping. And right here, also you do have the link selection option, okay? And here is the position log if you want to add any flag markers, if you want to zoom, okay? If you want to custom zoom, you guys can actually do kind of like this from here as well, instead of using Control plus minus from your keyboard. So now if I just come here, if I want to actually unlink this video, okay, so I can also unlink this particular clip from here. Okay, so here you guys can see the link clips. I will just unmark this one, and what I can do is now I can just select this individually. Okay, so now I will just select this one individually and I can just cut this one. Okay, so just click here, link clips, come here and just cut it from here. So now I am only left with the videos, and if you want to add any audio here as well, you guys will be able to add some audio. From here, you guys can directly go to the sound library. Otherwise, come here again in this media pool, and from the media pool, again, what you can do is just come here, go to audios, and here, as you guys can see, I do have this audio. I can just drag and drop it here in my media pool. Okay, so I do have this particular audio here as well. Come back again to the edit option and bring and drop this one here in your timeline. So now I have just bring this one here in my timeline. Okay, and using the razor tool over here, I can basically give this thing a cut. Okay, so now I will just enable the snapping option over here, as you guys can see. Okay, so it will help you to create some distinctive lights. Okay, so now again I will just select this selection tool, select this part, and I can just delete this total part over here. Okay, so the whole thing over here, as you guys can see, now have audio in it. Okay, we'll be learning about all of that here in detail from next class. Okay, and once you see this kind of icon, okay, so that means that you're at the end of this video and you don't have any footage left next. Okay, so you guys can actually play around with this playhead. Okay, so this is quite an important option. Okay, so now if you just come to workspace, Okay, so from here you guys can see there are different options from where you guys can actually work with. Okay, so if you want a dual screen, okay, what all you want to see here. Okay, so if you want to go to any other pages from here, you guys can actually go to any of the pages from here as well. But as this one is quite easy, okay, we can actually use this from here as well. So this was just a small introduction of the edit page over here. And now next come to the Fusion page. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this page kind of looks scary. Okay, so you're on this thinking, oh my god, what is this? Okay, what I'm going to do with all of this over here. Okay, so you guys don't need to worry. Okay, so you guys can actually edit some VR videos. Okay, you can work with the motion graphics over here. Okay, from this option, the Fusion option. Okay, so this one can be used for that. So this is some advanced feature. We'll have some particular class only for this one. And after that comes the coloring. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have the coloring option over here. Okay, so this is one of the main features available in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so it's known for its coloring and we will be working on with the coloring from here. Okay, if I want to change the color, okay, see as you guys can see the changes here on my screen. Okay, we will be able to work on with the coloring from here. Okay, so if I just want to work here in this one, okay, I can do that from here as well. We'll be understanding all of this here in the next class. And next comes the audio option. Okay, so here if I just click on the audio, we will be able to work on with the audio which I do have here, okay, in detail. Okay, so here you guys can see a lot of options. Okay, you guys can add more than one audios. Okay, we'll be learning how it fades out, how you can actually edit your audio and all of this in detail. Okay, so I hope you guys understand the workspace available over here. And after each and everything, once you have done adding all the graphics, transition, effects, and now you want to export it. So before that, you just need to go here in the deliver option, which I do have the last page offered by the DaVinci Resolve. And here you guys can see I do have many options. Okay, so from here I can actually see the video quality. Okay, from here I can check the audio quality. And where do I want to save this? I can just browse that thing up. Okay, that particular place I want to save it, I can just save it over here. And I can add this thing to the render queues. Okay, so we can do all of that from here. Okay, but I hope you guys have understood this class on how you can start working on DaVinci Resolve, and I hope this one is clear about the workspaces. I have explained to you guys about the 7 pages in detail here in this particular class. And yeah, we'll be learning about all these pages in detail as I've already told you. Okay, so now if I just take this inspector panel down, okay, I can just come over here and I can just work around over here. Okay, so this is quite familiar or similar with the Premiere Pro. So this is the source window or the source panel. And from here, you will be able to get the final result of your video. Okay, so this is, suppose if I just double click this particular footage over here, it will show me around here. Okay, and from here, if I want to take only the video, okay, so I can just take only the video. We'll be learning how you can take this audio if you want to. Okay, we'll be learning what is loop and how you can actually extract only the videos or only the audio from your source panel. And this is the preview panel. This will show you the final result of what your work is going to look like. Okay, and this is basically the timeline. Okay, so you guys can change the size from here. If you want to increase the size, you guys can do like this from here. Okay, and same goes on with the audio here as well. Okay, so same goes with the audio, but I hope to see you all in the next chapter where we'll be learning about DaVinci Resolve in more detail, and we'll start from the basics. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone. and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. Okay, so now we are on our chapter number 3, and here we'll be working with the edit page. Okay, so here in this particular class, I'll be telling you guys about the edit page, what all we'll be doing on with the edit page. Okay, so in last class, I have just give you guys a brief idea about all the pages available. Okay, so in this particular class, we'll be learning all of these things. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started on working with the edit page in DaVinci Resolve. So here again, I am back at my DaVinci Resolve workspace. Okay, as you guys can see here on my screen, right now I am in the media page. Okay, so from where you guys will be able to import your medias. Okay, so now let's look about the edit page in which we are going to work on with. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood the usage of the media page from my last class. Okay, and also here I do have the cut page. Okay, so you guys also know the usage of this cut page over here. So from here I will just delete the timeline, okay, which I had created before. Okay, so I had this from here. Basically, you guys will be able to trim down your video before you put it in the editing panel. Okay, but the same work you guys will be able to do from the edit panel in detail. Okay, so now back again at the edit page, okay, where we'll be spending most of our time once we work here in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so from here, as I have already told you, that from here I do have my source panel, preview window, and this is the timeline. Okay, so first let me try to make me try to understand you guys that what is the use of this panel over here. Okay, so this is the source window. So if I just double click any clip over here, what I'll be able to do is, how it actually works is, from here I will, once I click from my media pool any footage, okay, if I double click, it will be viewed here in my source panel. So from the source panel, what will happen is, if I just move this key around, I will be able to actually see a preview. Okay, so from here, basically, if I want to mark in and mark out, we'll be learning about this thing. So from here, basically, we can just crop the things out, or the part which I want to use for my video, I can just use it from here. Okay, so first it will just come here, and after that, once this that particular part is done, suppose I do have a video of 1 hour, okay, but from that 1 hour I just want to use somewhat like 2 minutes. Okay, so from this source panel, what I can do is I can just cut that particular part up, and I can just take that particular media. So let me just show you guys an example. So here, as you guys can see, I can actually go to source. Okay, offline we will talk about all of this here as well. Okay, but let's try to understand the basic of the editing page is here, that this is the source panel. From the source panel, it will go to the timeline, and the timeline is directly proportional to the preview panel. Okay, whatever I'll do, wherever I'll take my playhead, it will show here in my preview panel, which will just give me the outcome. Okay, so right now I will come here and I will just play this thing up. I will just mark an in point. Okay, so from here I will bring this somewhere over here, and from here I will just bring an in point, and now let me just play this thing and I will mark an out point over here. Okay, so here you guys can actually see I have just marked this thing out over here, and now what I want to do is, if I just want to import only the video, okay, so I can just bring only the video. But if I want to take the audio and the video, both of this, then I can just bring here, and as you guys can see, I do have my audio and the video both present over here. So in that case, what I'll do is, I will come here. As you guys can see, down here in my source panel, I do have this option where I will be able to take only the video. So I will just click here, and now you guys can see only my video here in this particular place is being selected. Okay, so now I will just decrease the size of this audio panel over here. Okay, so I will just decrease the size, and for the video panel as well, what I'll do is I will just bring this thing down. Okay, so this is about that. And now if I just want to zoom in here in my timeline, Control plus, here you guys can see I can just zoom this thing out. So this is the media pool. And here there are a few of the places. Okay, so if I just want to take my timeline up, okay, or if I just want to get this one in a proper view, I will be able to do that. Okay, so I hope you guys have just got a basic idea till now. What is the use of the source panel? Okay, so now from here, basically, if I just want to go to the first frame, I can come here. Okay, so this is the first frame. And if I want to go to the last frame, I can just click here and I will just directly go to the last frame over here. Okay, so there are a few of the options. Okay, so this one is for the source panel. Both of this looks quite familiar, but this have different settings. So this one is for the source panel, and this options which I have right around here, this one is basically for the preview panel. Okay, so this is for the final product over here. Okay, and now once I've done, okay, if I just want to take this in loop, I can take this in loop. Okay, so I'll also tell you guys about the match frame option. Okay, suppose once I do have this particular thing here in my timeline. Okay, so now I will just bring this thing, and to this particular place, what I want to do is I want to do some editing. Okay, and I need to make sure that I do have my video already here in my timeline. Okay, so in this particular place, I have seen from my source panel that I want to work in this particular place. But I just need to come here and again match this frame or see, okay, where it basically was. So in that case, this will help me if I just come here and if I click on the match frame option, it will directly take me to the same frame where I do have my source panel over here. Okay, so it will just take me there, and you guys can see my playhead is also on top of that particular area. And now if I want to change anything, if I want to put some effects or anything as such, I can do it from here as well. Okay, so this is about that. And now if you think that, okay, this part is quite almost done, and what I want to do is I want to actually shrink this down, and I want to make my timeline quite big. Okay, so I can just click here, okay, in the shrink option, and here you guys can see from here I have changed this particular place, and now this one is shrinked. Okay, now I can work properly. So from here again you guys can actually make this thing again the same. Okay, so I will just go to the shrink option. Then now from here, if I want to just create a new bin, okay, so new bin is nothing else, it's just a new folder. Okay, so from here I can just come here and I can just put the things around. Okay, so from here again I can just come back, and if I want to change the name, okay, I can just change the name. If I want to add folders to it, I can just add folders to this one over here, as you guys can see, just to make my timeline look good. Okay, so I can just I would just put the timeline. Okay, I will just keep this thing over here. Okay, and now if I just double click here, you guys can see now I can actually see what all footage do I have over here. Okay, so now if I want to put another footage, okay, in that case I can basically come here. Okay, and suppose what I want to do is this is an image, and I want to put this image on top over here. Okay, and now I will just shrink this image size down, and I want it to appear somewhat over here. Okay, so this will just kind of appear over here. And if you want to work with this one, if you just want to decrease the size, okay, we'll be learning about this one later in our class. Okay, so I will just bring this thing and I will just position this for now to this particular side. Okay, so I can just bring this thing here on the right. Okay, arranging the x-axis, and here I am arranging the y-axis over here. So now here in my screen, if I want to work, I will also show you guys in detail, okay, how to do that. So I will come here. If I just want to work around, I will be able to work around with my timeline over here as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the starting frame. Again, I'll take this inspector down. So here, as you guys can see, I only have this one over here in this particular frame. Here you guys can see my image as well. Okay, so I hope you guys are understanding how you can actually work over here. Okay, so from here as well, okay, so I will be able to see the total duration of this particular video. Okay, so if I just play this thing around, you guys can see this one is something around of 3 seconds. Okay, so this video is something of about 3 seconds, as you guys can see, and I don't have any audio right now over here. I have showed you guys how you can actually create a bin, but if you want to go back to the master page, you guys can come here and select the whole timeline. Okay, and inside the timeline, you guys can work with these clips individually. If you want to work with this clip all together, you guys can select it and you guys can move it around or do things all together. Okay, so there is another option for that. And now let's come and see these options which are present over here. Okay, so this is the media pool. Okay, if you want to hide it, you guys can hide it from here as well. Okay, and this from here, you guys will be able to import your media. Okay, so for now, I will just hide this thing. If you want to add any effects, okay, suppose if I just double click over here, and if I just hover around this effect, I can get an effect. Okay, so these are few of the titles. So as you guys can see the animation of how it will appear. Okay, we will learn about all of this in detail. Okay, we do have a separate class. Okay, so these are fusion titles. Okay, so from here, if you just want to see, okay, so there are video transition, audio transition, titles, generators, effects, open effects, different filters, audio effects, and all. We do have it over here. Okay, so for now, I will just keep this thing like that. Okay, and now let's come to the index over here. So here you guys can see, I do have my index, okay, which I can see from here. Okay, so from here you guys can see the video one consists of like the source in is 1.28 and the source out is 5.13. So that is the source in and out point, which we can actually track from here. And from here, if you want to lock any track or if you want to actually take any track and just mute these things, you guys will be able to do that from here. From here, you guys can check that if you have used any markers or not. Okay, and now let's see if you just come here in the sound library. If you want to download it, okay, DaVinci Resolve's free sound library, you guys can come here and download, which will just redirect you to the Blackmagic page over here. Okay, so to show you guys, just I showed you guys how you can actually do that. And after that, if you want to quickly export anything, you guys can just quickly export over here. And as I have on the mixer, okay, as you guys can see, I will just off the sound library as well. Okay, if you do have enough space over here on the right bottom corner, you guys can actually get this mixer. If you do have an audio, in that case, you guys will be able to see here the audio. Okay, so the left side and the right side here as well. You can adjust this audio according to yourself. Okay, so now let's come and see here in the metadata. Okay, so from here you guys will be able to see, suppose if I just choose this one. Okay, so here you guys can see the starting time and the ending time over here. Okay, and from here how many frames it consists. Okay, so here you guys can get some data regarding this one. So this video is 50 frames per second. Okay, and the screen size is 2040 into 1080p. Okay, and the subs is 48,000 hertz over here. Okay, so this is about the metadata. And here, this is the option of inspector. Okay, so from here, we guys can actually zoom in. Okay, if you familiar with the any other video editing software, in that case, you guys might know this thing as the scale up or scale down option. So this one here is kind of the same if you want to position it. Okay, so we'll be learning about all of that. And here is another option, the smart reframe. Okay, so this is an AI based thing. We will learn about that. If you want to crop things out, you guys will be able to crop this thing out here as well. The dynamic zoom, we will be learning about the composite mode, stabilization, lens recorrection, super scaling, retype, and scaling. Once you move on to some advanced features, we will learn about that. As I have not used any audio or any effects or transition images yet, okay, I don't have access to that. Okay, but here if I just select this particular frame, okay, suppose I will just select only this particular frame, I can work here on this particular frame over here as well. Okay, so if I just come here onto the file, we can just see the file type. Okay, from here, the frame rate, the resolution from here as well. Okay, so I'll just come here in the video option. Okay, so this was about the inspector panel. Okay, so now from here, once you are done with your source panel, okay, so I have already told you what is the main use of the source panel. Okay, so now if you want to get to a single screen view, you guys can come here and you guys can actually click on this one, and from here now you will be able to only view the preview panel. Now you don't have the source window anymore. Okay, but if you want to again go back to the same dual view mode, you guys can click here and now you're back again here in the dual view mode. Okay, and here you guys can see different options which we will be learning. Okay, show all video frames. If you want to see all the video frames right out here, you guys can click on that. Okay, I will just unmark this one, and right here you guys can also see, okay, here I do have the color, the fusion option, okay, the toggle bypass. So we'll be learning about all of that. So I hope you guys have understood this class on how you will work. Okay, so here let's come now down over here. Okay, so let's come down to this tablet. Here you guys can see the clip one, the audio one. Okay, so here if you want to mute that track down, or if you want to play that solo track, if you do have different audio, suppose you do have 4 or 5 audios in one place, in that place, if you just want to add only one audio from there, you can just directly come here and just click on solo. In that case, only that particular audio will be played and other things will be muted by itself. Okay, so from here as well, you guys will be able to change the audios. Okay, if you want to get the audios from here, you guys will be able to get the audios. If you want to zoom in your timeline, you guys can do it from here. Otherwise, I have already told you from your keyboard, just click on Ctrl- to minimize the size of your timeline frame. Okay, otherwise you can just click on Ctrl+ to just zoom in over here. Okay, because while doing the video editing, we just need to make sure that we work on frame to frame. Okay, sometimes we just need to make some. So here you guys can see, okay, so these are the video options. As I do have this image over here, I will just delete it for now. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this far. Okay, so this is the tools which I am going to use while doing my video editing. I'll be telling you guys the usage in detail. Okay, and from here, okay, I can just timeline, or I can just sort my timeline. Okay, so as you guys know that whenever I try to put any video directly here, okay, in my timeline or from my source panel, automatically what it does is it just creates me a default timeline. Okay, so in that case, what I can also do is I can directly come here to the file. Okay, so from here I can actually create a new timeline. Okay, and from here I can choose how many video tracks I want, how many audio tracks I want. Okay, in that case it will just create me a new timeline over here. So for now I'll just cancel this thing out. Okay, and as you guys can see, these points over here, okay, I can actually take those things and I can adjust this once I delete this thing from the frame. Okay, so if I just delete this one, I can just come here. Okay, select this point and I can just work on with these points over here. If I want to increase the size, okay, I can do that. Now I just want to take only the videos. Okay, so I will just take only the video over here. Okay, so this is another way of doing things. Now you guys can see the total size of this thing is 4.1 second, as you guys can see over here. Okay, and now here, if I just again come to my bin, and now from here, as you guys can see, I do have this particular audio. Okay, so what I can also do is I can just mark in and mark out the part for of what I want the audio. Okay, so from here, I can actually just mark in, and when I will just come somewhat over here, I can just mark this thing out. Okay, and I will just pause this thing right away. Okay, and once this thing is done, what I can do is I can drag and drop this particular thing over here. Okay, now I will just come here to this frame, and what I'll do is I will just click on Control minus. Okay, and I will just trim this thing down according to the size of the video. Okay, so now what I'll do is I will just click on plus sign again, and here you guys can see now I do have these particular settings over here. And as you can see now, if I want to take only the audio track, okay, I can just view the audio tracks right around from here. Okay, and I can just take the sizes. So now this one is 10x. Okay, so this is quite fine if I just take 1x. Okay, so now you guys can see the sound over here. Okay, so if I just take 10x, and now this is quite faster, or you guys can see the waves are quite more visible. Okay, so I just put 10x whilst I work with the audio waves. Okay, so there are different options, multicam options. Okay, if I just directly want to go to the source, now I won't be able to see the audio frames over here. Okay, so now let's come here and let's just play this video. Okay, as you guys can see, so this is how it will actually end. And here you guys can see in my audio meter, it is also showing me the audio level, which I will show you and readjust in our later classes. So hope you guys have understood about the edit page in detail over here. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Okay, and keep on learning this one and keep on practicing this DaVinci Resolve, whatever I'm teaching. Okay, because once you explore more, you will be able to learn more. Okay, and before ending this particular class, as I've already told you, in each of the frame, not only this one. Okay, suppose sometimes I can just place this thing around over here. Okay, like I can just bring this thing somewhat like this, and now I am not able to change, or I have just messed up this particular place. Okay, in that case, what I can do is if I just want to reset this particular page again back the same way it was, what I can do is I can just come here in my workspace, and I need to go down just below the layout preset option. I do have the reset UI layout. So here, as you guys can see, it have just resetted the layout for me from where I will be able to view my page better. Okay, so see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 4, and here we'll be learning about the timeline in detail. Okay, I'll be telling you guys what all are the parts available in the timeline and how we can actually change the function of it. Okay, how we can actually create different timelines in a single project. Okay, how we can get it on top. Okay, how we will get it in our media pool. We'll be learning about all of that here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning timeline in detail in DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the edit page. Okay, so from here, the first thing what I am going to do over here is I am going to import some media directly over here. Okay, so I can basically do that Otherwise, what I can also do is I can just take any video. Suppose I will just double click this video, and if I just wanna play this thing up, okay, so I will just start it here. Okay, I will just mark this marking point, okay, and get this one kind of over here, and I'll just mark this thing out. Okay, and once I'm done, what I'm going to do is I am going to import this particular part here in my timeline. Okay, so here you guys can basically see I do have this one, and I'll just take this audio over here, and with my razor tool, what I am going to do is I am going to put up a cut somewhere over here. And again, take my selection tool, take this one and delete this part as well. Okay, so now if I just play this thing, let's see the preview. So on my left hand side, okay, on my right hand side here in the corner where you guys can see my mouse. So this is the final preview, okay, of the work which I have just done. So here, if you guys can see, okay, so this is the total duration of this video, which is 11 seconds and 13 frames. Okay, so that is the total duration. And here, if you guys just take up a look, okay, so here now, if I just move my playhead, it will show me the time where my playhead is there. Okay, and here it will actually show me the total size, okay, of my video. And here it will show me the total size of the video which I do have here, okay, the original file size. Okay, so it will kind of show me like this. Okay, so now let's try to understand about this tablet. Okay, so here as you guys can see, I do have this timeline over here. Okay, so right over here, this particular place is basically called the timeline, and I've already told you if you just want to shrink this thing down, you guys can shrink this thing down. And if I want to get a single viewer mode, I can just click here and I can just get a single viewer mode over here. Okay, so now I don't have anything else, just this particular place. Okay, and this is basically called the timeline over here. Okay, so as I've already told you, if you just want a zoom into the timeline, okay, so you just can click on Control plus from your keyboard. Here you guys can see. Okay, then if I just click on Control minus, I can actually decrease the size down. Okay, so you can do zoom out from here as well. Okay, as you guys can see, this is basically the toolbar, okay, which all tool will be using when we do the video editing. Okay, and if you just click on plus here, it will just give you the frame kind of like this. Okay, so now let's try to understand the basics of the timeline. Okay, so here you guys can see this particular red thing over here. So this is basically called the playhead. Okay, and wherever I will take this thing, okay, that particular place I will be able to see the preview on my screen. Okay, so this is about the playhead over here. And the more videos I do add, okay, it will just keep on stacking up. So it will just come V2 over here. Suppose if I come here in the media pool, and if I just bring this thing somewhat over here, now you guys can see this one is the V2. Okay, I can just come here and delete this one again. Okay, so if I just stack up more videos, suppose if I do stack up 2 or 3 videos, it will be like V1, V2, V3, and so on. And same goes with the audio. Okay, so the audio will be A1, A2, and things like that. Okay, so what I can do is if I just want to delete this track, okay, I can just delete this track over here. So from here, as I have just deleted this layer over here, so I can do the same, okay, to this particular thing. Okay, I can just delete this track. So now, right at this point, now I do have only one video and only one audio right here. Okay, so just let's understand, video is for V, okay, and audio is for A. Okay, so now if I just want to lock this track, Okay, so I would be able to change the positioning of this particular thing out here. Okay, so for me, I can basically lock this track. Okay, so as you guys can see, once I lock this thing, I am not able to move this, but here in this particular audio, I am able to move this thing up. So if I just lock this one as well, okay, I won't be able to move. Okay, so why do we basically lock? Okay, sometimes we might, like, once we are done and once we don't want to edit those clip anymore, okay, just to make sure that we don't delete by mistakenly or just trim it by mistakenly or just put anything inside by our own mistake. Okay, we use this particular thing. Okay, now let's look this auto track selector. Okay, I can flick here to select the auto track. Okay, and for here, if you do want to see this particular video, you guys can come here and you guys can basically disable the video track. Suppose if I do have another video on top of this one. Okay, so now I do have two videos, and if I just disable this one, here you guys can see I only do have this particular video. Okay, but if I on this one again, here you guys can see just behind this particular frame, I do have this frame as well. Again, I'll come here and I will delete this. If I want to delete this track, I can delete this track. Okay, so if I want to add more tracks, I can basically add more tracks, which will just look after some time. Okay, so again, here you can lock this one, same as this. The auto track selector, if you want to select any track by yourself, okay, you guys can do that. And after that, suppose if you want to mute this one, okay, now just let me play this one and let's hear the music out, which I do have it over here. So as you guys can see, so here I do have the music, but if I just mute this particular track, and now if I just play this thing, okay, you guys are not able to hear any music. Okay, and in the same way, I will also make you guys understand about the solo. Okay, so now if I just bring this one over here, now as you guys can see, if I just play this thing, okay, so here you guys can hear two musics at once, okay, which doesn't sound that good. Okay, in that case, what I want to do is, suppose I do have 3 or 4 songs over here, okay, so I will just put another one underneath this thing. Okay, now I do have 3 over here. Okay, let me just play, and which won't sound that great. Okay, so from here, instead of muting, suppose I just want this particular audio to be played, not this one or this one. In that case, simply what I can do is I can just click here on solo. Automatically, all these things, okay, all these audio tracks will be muted by itself. So let me just play, and here you guys can see that only that part is being played. Okay, so this is the work of the solo. Again, what I'll do is select this, delete this layer, come here, and I will delete this layer as well. Okay, so from here you guys can actually check out if you want to mute this thing. Okay, you guys can mute this thing up. Okay, so from the mixer you guys can actually work with your audio over here. Okay, so this was about the timeline. Okay, so they basically call it the timeline because they do have the timing over here. Okay, so we can actually look on the timing. Okay, if I just zoom in, I can just work here with the sound waves or the frames over here. Okay, so I will just off the mixer from here. Now let's try to learn more about the timeline in detail. Okay, so here what I will be able to do is here is an icon called the timeline view options. So from here I can just click this option up, and I do have a lot of options. Okay, so here if you want to just create new timeline, as I have already told you, once you just import your media, suppose if you just import your media directly, you will get a timeline by itself. Okay, but now what I want to do is I want to create a new timeline. Okay, so for that, what I can do is I'll just come here in the file, and timeline is nothing else. Okay, if you are familiar with the Adobe Premiere Pro, then you might be familiar with the sequence. Okay, so the same thing, the sequence is called the timeline here in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, and the shortcut key for that is Ctrl+N. And make sure that in one project there can be multiple sequences or timelines. Okay, but in one timeline there can't be multiple projects. Okay, so make sure of that. Okay, and now what I'll do is I will create a new timeline. Okay, so from here maybe I can choose. Okay, what type of timeline do I need? Okay, number of video tracks, number of audio tracks. Okay, and here you guys can see another option where it's marked. Okay, so they're asking me, do I want to use the project setting? Okay, so if this one is marked, then it will be just created according to the settings which are there already. Okay, if I just click on create, it will create me. But if I just unmark this one, here you guys will have a lot of options using which I can just create a timeline. Okay, so from here, what I will be able to do is, if I want to create a square one, okay, so the size I will give 1920 for the width and the height as well. Okay, and now if I just click on create, okay, here you guys can see it just created me a new timeline over here. Okay, so now I do have two timelines. Okay, so this one is the timeline number 2. Okay, and now this one is the timeline number 1. So I can just come here on the timeline number 1. If I just want to go back to the timeline 2, I can come here. And how you'll differentiate if you just rename it. Okay, so basically you guys will be able to rename your timeline. Here you guys can see a small icon here. Okay, so if I just come here, you guys can see this particular icon will be there if that is a timeline. Okay, so if I'll just come here in the timeline 1 again. Okay, so now I will again come to this option, timeline view option. And now if I want to stack timelines, what I can do is I can come and click here. And here you guys can see under the timeline 1, I will have my timeline 2 here as well. Okay, so from here under the timeline 1, if I want to access or go to the timeline number 2, I can go to the timeline number 2 from here. Suppose I will just put this particular image here in my timeline, and now I will just trim this thing a bit down. Okay, so now I do have this particular thing here in my timeline. Okay, and if I want to create more timelines, I can just click here in this plus option, and from here I will be able to create a new timeline as well. Okay, so let me just go back here again to the timeline number 1. Okay, and now let me just come over here. And again, what I can do is from here, as you can see, okay, if I do have any subtitle tracks, okay, I can just on this one. And now I can also view the audio waveforms. Okay, so if there is the waveform over here, okay, so now as you can see, I have just off this one. And now here in my audio, I don't have any waves. Okay, so make sure that when you're working with audio while video editing, you on your sound waves, which actually helps you a lot to understand and edit your footage accordingly. Okay, so I always try to keep this on. Okay, and as I don't have any subtitles right now, it doesn't matter that do I on it or just do I off it. Okay, so here I can just on it for this timeline over here, and here you guys can also check. Now I do have this timeline 1 here and my timeline number 2 over here. Okay, so now if I want to create another timeline, okay, I can just create another timeline over here. And if I want to delete this particular timeline, I can delete this kind of like this. And what I want to do is if I just want to change the or switch the position, I will be able to switch the position quite like this. Okay, so now what I can also do is if I just want to put this particular frame, okay, so if I just want to put this particular frame over here, Okay, I can just put this particular frame here in my timeline as well. Okay, so I will be able to do these things over here. Okay, and if you just click on the timeline, if you want to close this thing, okay, you can close this. If you want to rename it, you can rename it. Okay, if you want to find the timeline in your media pool, okay, if you click here, you guys can see I am able to find my timeline here in the media pool as well. Right click again. If you want to duplicate this timeline, you guys will be able to duplicate this particular timeline here as well. Okay, so now I will come here and we'll just delete this one. Okay, so this was about how you can actually create more than one timeline in a project. Okay, because it actually helps you a lot. Okay, suppose you are making a web series. Okay, so in there like you do have the series 1, episode 2, or episode 3, any kind of web series or any kind of action movie or anything as such. Okay, any kind of tutorials, the way I do make. Okay, you guys can actually work on chapter wise or timeline wise over here. So here, as you guys can see, I do have these two timelines. So again, I will come here in this timeline number 1. Okay, and if you want to add any tracks, you guys can come here and you guys can basically add all tracks according to yourself. If you right click over here, if you want to delete empty tracks, you guys will be able to delete all the empty tracks all together. Okay, and here if you want to change the track color for your own convenience, you guys will be able to change the color according to yourself over here. And over here as well, if you want to add any subtitle track, okay, you guys can actually come here and first select the subtitle track and then add it according to yourself. Okay, so this one was about the timeline options, how you can actually create more than one timeline. Let's come here again and let's see the video view options. Okay, so the first one over is the film strip view. Okay, so film strip view is nothing else but here, as you guys can see, if I just come around here, you guys can see I do have a lot of frames, images over here. Okay, so from the starting till the ending, it is filled up with frames. Okay, so now if I try to look these things, okay, I will be able to understand in what footage I am working on and I am able to view all the frames available. But there is another thing. Okay, if I come here and if I want it in a thumbnail view, okay, so in that case I will be only able to see the first frame and the last frame over here. Okay, so this is about that. And lastly, this is the simple view. Okay, you won't have any kind of frames over here. Okay, so you will just know that you're working with the video. But for me, I do prefer the film strip view as I do have all of these frames which I can look out and work with. Okay, so there is another options. Okay, audio view options. As you guys can see, I do have audio waves over here. Okay, so now the first thing here is the non-rectified waveform. Okay, so here you guys can see this is a non-rectified waveform. If I just increase the audio height, okay, you guys can see this is the audio wave over here. And now if you want to increase or decrease the frame size or the track height from here for the video, you guys will be able to do it for the video and the audio as well. Okay, and now let's come to this point over here. Okay, which I will come right around here. Okay, to this point, and from here I can just see a full waveform. Okay, so from here you guys can basically see a full waveform for the audio view options. And lastly, this one is the waveform border. Okay, so if you just select this one, okay, I will unselect this. I will come here. If I just select this one, this is how it will actually look. And now here again, the non-rectified waveform. Okay, so there are different ways of how you can actually view the timeline options. So you guys can choose this track height, track weight according to yourself. okay, and just cut those things accordingly. And here from the timeline as well, okay, as you guys can see, I do have these waves. From here, what I can do is I can just increase the voice, or if I want to decrease the noise, I can just decrease the noise accordingly. Okay, so here you guys can see I can actually manage the waveforms over here. Okay, so this is about this thing. Okay, and here in this particular frame, you can do another thing, which is if you want to add another timeline just underneath your timeline, okay, you guys can click here in this option, which I do have here on my right side, which will just create me a new timeline, and also will also get me to work on that. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have another timeline, and what I can do is I can just add here the videos accordingly. Okay, so I will be able to add videos up over here. Okay, so again, I will just delete this one. Okay, so this is the timeline number 4. Okay, as you guys can see, now what I'll do is I will just cancel this timeline. I will just come here, and what I can do is I can just delete this particular timeline here as well. So this is from where you guys can add and work simultaneously. Okay, and from here, if you want to fit it in your frame, you guys can fit it in your frame. And here you guys can see the total duration of this particular video, which is 5 seconds and 13 frames over here. So as you guys can see, I do have this here in my timeline too. If I want to copy this thing, I can basically copy this thing over there as well. Okay, if I want to delete it, I can delete this one. We'll be learning about all of that in our other classes in this particular tutorial. But hope you guys have now clear about the usage of timeline and how important it is when we work in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so this was all about the timeline, and hope you guys have understood this class. Then see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 5, and here I will be showing you guys about the editing tools there in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so I'll be explaining you guys about the tools available over here in detail. So let's not waste time and let's get started on the editing tools in DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace of the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so now I'm under a project. So now what I am going to do over here is I am going to import some videos. Okay, so as you guys can see, once I double click on this one, okay, so I can just play this thing around. Okay, so I can just bring this playhead over here, and I can just play it and see this particular video, okay, which I do have here in my screen. Okay, I can import that. Otherwise, I can come here and I can just bring this playhead over here, and now we can basically see this whole clip through. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this particular video from my source panel. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have taken it here. Okay, and first I will unlink this clip. Okay, come here and I will just cut only the audio, and now I only do have the video. And what I'll do is I will just zoom this thing out a little bit. So here, as you guys can see, now I do have this particular footage here in my timeline. Okay, so if you guys want to see the whole footage out on my preview screen, you guys can see that I do have this footage over there. Okay, so now let's try to understand what all tools we do have available over here. Okay, so the first tool which is there in our edit space, okay, it is the selection tool. Okay, so what we can do with selection tool, okay, so all the basic things, and this is one of the most important tool and the widely used tool once you're working with video editing. Okay, So if I just select the selection tool, I can just select this one. Then if I just click outside, it will be unselected. Okay. And if I do have more than one footage, suppose if I do this footage here as well. Okay. So I can just select both of this footage at the same time. If I want to link these things up, I can link those things up here as well. Okay. So I'll just select this one and now I will delete this. Okay. So this is about the selection tool. You can just move your frames around if you want to increase or decrease the size. Okay, you guys can do using this particular tool over here. Okay, so this is one of the main tool. Okay, you guys can also move around your playhead. You guys can actually place any object if you wanna. You guys can do that here as well. Okay. So using this also, what you guys can do is you guys can do some basic trimming. Okay, so now if I just increase the size of the frame over here, and let me just show you guys my video track. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this video. Okay, so once I come here, you guys can see that once I have this red sign over here, that means that now I won't be able to go further out to my right because I don't have any clip left over here. Okay, so the same goes with this over here. Okay, as you guys can see, I do have a red sign over here. Okay, and also as you guys can see, my mouse is there and there is one white icon on top of this both corner. That means that now I do have the full footage here in my timeline. Okay, so if I will just trim this out, okay, I can basically trim this from here. As you guys can see, I can just trim this thing out a little bit. Okay, so I can just place this accordingly over here. Okay, so this is about the selection tool. Okay, we can do some basic trimming from here. As you guys can see now on my preview screen, now this is the footage left over here. Okay, so let me tell you guys about few of the shortcut keys which you can also use to play, pause, okay, and also to go frame by frame back or forward. Okay, so now if I just click on J, okay, or K, here as you guys can see, once I have clicked on L, okay, I can go forward. Okay, so as you guys can see, if I just click on L, okay, I can go forward. Okay, and if I just click on K or J over here, it will play reverse. Okay, so here as you guys can see, this one is basically the stop button, this one is the play button, this one is if I just want to go to the next edit. Okay, and here if I want to play this thing in reverse, I can play this thing in reverse here as well. Okay, so instead of doing this, these are few of the keyboard shortcuts which are J, K, and L. So L is used to play forward. If I want to play backward, I can just click on J. J is for if I want to play it in the reverse, and K is basically to stop. Okay, so that is about this thing over here, and using my shift also I can just play and pause. As you guys can see, once you use that in your keyboard, that is quite useful. Okay, so now as you guys can see, this duration of the footage which I do have here, let's check the duration of the footage. Okay, so this one is something around 3 seconds and 13 frames. Okay, but here in this preview panel, you guys can see the total duration of this video. But as I have trimmed this thing down, okay, so it is kind of like 3 seconds, something like this. But here it is 5.49 seconds video. Okay, so now let me take another footage, okay, which is comparatively big. Okay, so I will just put this one here in the timeline 1 at least. Okay, in the video track 1, and now I will just click on to control minus. Okay, so as you guys can see now, this footage is quite long. Okay, so if I just click over here, you guys can see now the total duration of my footage in my preview panel is 32 seconds and 11 frames. Okay, and if I just move around this playhead, here you guys can see the duration here in my playhead is 9.03 seconds. Okay, so now as I have already told you guys about the shortcut keys, what I can use, which is J, K, and L. So L is for playing forward, as you guys can see. So if I double click on my L, here you can see the speed have increased by 2 times. And if I click this again, here you guys can see the speed have increased by 4 times. Okay, so it will just multiply. Okay, and the same goes with the J as well. If I click on J here, it's going backward. And now if I double click the J here, the speed has increased, and if I click again, the speed has increased by 4 times. Okay, so this is what you guys can basically do. So now suppose I do want to come or just go frame by frame, okay, to this particular point. What I want to do is I want to put up some cut over to a particular point. So for that, what you need to do is you just need to click on K. Okay, and you just need to click on L to go frame by frame. So if you just see here, I am able to go frame by frame. I just clicked on K from my keyboard, and now if I want to go forward frame by frame, then I can just click on L. Okay, so here you guys can see it is going forward frame by frame. So once I am satisfied, okay, I will come to this point exactly. Okay, then what I can do is I can come here and using my razor tool over here on top, I can just put up any cut. Okay, so the use of razor tool is quite simple. Suppose once we are working, okay, then now I do have this particular video over here. So let me take my playhead, and at this part, what I want to do is I just want to cut this part from here. Okay, this is the extra part which I don't need. So what I'll do is I'll just select this particular tool, and I need to make sure that my snapping is on. So once my snapping is on, and once I move my playhead to give up any cut, so once when I move this thing around here, you guys can see I do have a small line over in my footage. Okay, in that case, what I can do is if I just come here around, it will just snap me directly to the playhead. So to that exact point, what I can do is I can just give up a cut, come here, or just click on A from your keyboard. Then you will be able to select the selection tool again, select this one, and you can just delete this particular part. So now you guys can see the total duration of my particular video over here is 28 seconds and 9 frames. Okay, so this was about this. Okay, so now if I will just trim this thing down a little bit and trim this from here as well, and now just keep this thing over here. Okay, as you guys can see, now let's play this thing around. Okay, and here in my preview screen, you guys can see I do have my footage over here. Okay, so now what you will be able to do is if you want to increase the size of this footage, here you guys can see I can just increase or decrease the size of my footage from here. Okay, as I have joined both of this over here, and suppose what I want is the first video which I have, I want to just increase the size or the duration of the first video, but I want to trim this down from here. Okay, I don't want the total duration of my video to increase. In that case, what I can also do is I will come here, click here in the middle, and now what I can do is I can just click here from my mouse, and I can just bring here. So here it's showing me on my right hand side screen, as you guys can see. On the left hand side, it is showing me the last frame of my first video, and on the right hand side, it's showing me the first frame of the second video. Okay, so you guys can actually check out how you want to use that. Okay, so from here, maybe I am satisfied at this place. Okay, so this is how you can actually do some cutting and all, okay, some trimming without increasing the time over here, okay. So you guys can do that here as well, okay. So now let's come to this tool over here, which is the trim edit mode. Okay, so let's come to the trim edit mode from here. Okay, this is also a quite interesting tool. So here, once I am here in my trim edit mode, suppose I do have trimmed this particular video over here, okay? And once I hover my mouse or over this particular footage, I am able to see an icon, okay? So suppose you do have a video, okay? So now first, let's see this video, okay? Let's see this here in my particular timeline. And now what you want to do is you want only this first part of this video instead of this, okay? You here also you don't want to increase the size of the footage. In that case, what you need to do is select this trim option and now just increase or just drag it down from here. Okay, so here on my right hand side screen, you guys are able to see the last frame of my first video. And after that, you guys are also able to see the first and the last frame of the video here. Okay, so this is how I can drag out. Okay, so here once you see there is some red color on my timeline, that means I will not be able to trim this thing down more because at that place I don't have more footage before that. Okay, so I can just trim this time down kind of like this. Okay, so I can just move this thing around that you guys can see properly. Okay, so let me just show you guys properly. And now here, as you guys can see, I can just move this frame by frame and also can get a preview here in my first screen. Okay, so same goes with this one. Okay, so if I just wanna use this part, that is the first frame on my left hand top corner, and the right hand top corner I do have the last frame. Okay, and down I also do have the first frame of my second video. Okay, so I can just keep this thing kind of like this, and here you guys can see now this is the video I do have over here. Okay, so you guys can actually trim this thing down over here. So now let's come to this option over here, okay, which is this dynamic trim mode. Okay, so here you can do it in two parts. Okay, slip and slide. Okay, if I just select the slide one over here, here also you guys will be able to slide this thing down. Okay, kind of like this. You guys will be able to slide. Otherwise, what you can do is you can just play this thing around over here. Okay, and if I just click on the slip option, okay, so here as you guys can see, I can just play this thing around, and now here I can just trim this thing down according to this as well. Okay, if you wanna trim this thing down, so the usage of this thing is quite similar. Okay, I will come here. And what I can do is I will just come select the selection tool and I'll just select only this. And what I can do is I can just bring this thing over here. Okay. And I will just select the slide. So now I can actually see how it basically works. Okay. So you guys can actually play this thing around and actually see from here. Okay, so this is the usage of this tool over here. Okay, I'll just off this one. I have already told you guys the use of the blend over here. Okay, and suppose I do have this particular frame. Okay, so I do have this particular footage. So I will just double click here in my source panel and I just want to use this particular thing. So I'll just mark in and mark out. Okay, mark in this part. And I want to mark this thing out over here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to insert this particular footage in between of both of this clip. Okay, so first thing what I need to do is I need to bring my playhead here in the center. And now I can just click here in this insert clip option. Okay, here you guys can see that particular footage is being inserted in between both of this. Okay, now if I just delete, Okay, and I'll just bring this thing here again. Okay, so now this is another one. Okay, override the clip. So suppose I do have this clip over here, and now I will just bring this thing again. And now what I want to do is I just want to override clip. Okay, so that means that now I do have this clip over here as well. This one has just override onto this clip over here. Okay, so you can also override over here. Okay, and now there is the last option, which is the replace clip. Suppose I will come here and now I want to replace this particular clip with this one. So what I can do is I can just click here, and as you guys can see, I am able to get this clip here in the end. Okay, so I need to just bring my playhead somewhere here. Suppose if I want to keep this thing somewhere over here, I will select this one. And now if I want only this clip, okay, so that the first clip which I had, okay, I don't have that clip because it have replaced that particular clip. Control Z to go back again. Okay, so let me make you understand about this override tool here as well. Okay, so once I am there in any particular clip, now I am not able to see the clip which I had because this has just been pasted over, like over on top of this clip over here. Okay, so again, go back using Control Z. I hope you guys have understood this part. And once you're using or working here, okay, make sure that you guys use snapping, because suppose I do have created a cut, okay, and suppose with my blade tool I have just keep a cut over here. Once I do have my snap tool off, now if I am trying to move this to this particular point over here, okay, I am not able to do it properly. Okay, there might be some mistake, but if I do have this thing on over here, it will just snap. My playhead will directly snap to that particular cut, okay, or effects if I do have any, which we'll learn later. Okay, so that is the use of the snapping tool over here. And this one is basically the link selection. Okay, the shortcut key is Control+. So here what I can do is, suppose with my selection tool I have selected this particular part. Okay, I can just come here and on this thing, and I will be able to move this thing all around. Okay, so that is the use of the link selection. Okay, you guys can actually link the selected parts. Okay, and afterwards here comes the position lock. Okay, so here if you want to lock all the position what you all have over here, okay, you guys can do it from here as well, but you can just directly lock the total timeline from here. Okay, that all the tracks, audio tracks or video tracks, whatever you have in your timeline will directly be locked, as you won't be able to make any changes. Okay, so you can just unlock it from here, and here you guys can see all at once all the video tracks and audio tracks I had over here has been locked. Okay, so now here comes the flag over here if you want to add any. Okay, suppose if you come using this playhead, and now if you come here and if you want to add any flag, okay, you guys can actually add to do some work. And here if you want to add any marker, you guys will be able to add any marker. Suppose at this point I need to make some changes, so what I'll do is I will just click here on the marker, that whenever I come back, okay, I can just come back here and check this. Okay, so I can just add some notes once I double click over here. Okay, you guys can see at what time I do have this if I just want to add a note. Okay, suppose I just want to add put up logo. Okay, so I will just put up this note, and once I'll do is I will click on done over here. So here you guys can see, once I just hover my mouse over to this marker number 2, here you guys can see I also do have my logo, or like I do have to put a logo. That message is there, so I can just delete this using by selecting this one and just clicking on delete. Otherwise what I can do is I can just go there and remove it. Okay, so here are different options. Okay, So here, if you wanna zoom to the full extent, as you guys can see, it will just fill up the whole timeline and show you your footage. And what you can do is, this is another option. If you want a detail zoom, in that case, you guys can use this one. And if you want to customize the zoom, okay, you guys can do that from here, okay? So if you want to customize zoom, okay, you guys will be able to do it kind of from here, as you guys can see. So I can just come here back again, and now again I want to see over here. Okay, so if you own this one, you can just customize according to yourself. And this one is basically the volume. You guys can actually work with this volume over here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this detailed class on the tools available in the toolbar of the DaVinci Resolve. And now you have a better idea of how to use those tools and where to use all these tools when you work on your video editing. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 6. Then here we will be understanding about the inspector panel in details. Okay, I'll tell you guys how you can actually zoom in, zoom out. Okay, now which is basically the scaling, position it accordingly, and also stabilize your video if you do have any unstable video over here. Okay, we'll be understanding about all of that here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time. Then let's get started with the chapter number 6 of understanding the inspector panel. So here again back at the same workspace which I was working on. Okay, so now let me just transfer few of this file, okay, over to my panel over here. Okay, so from here I will import this files. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am just importing this file over here. Bring this, okay, and here you guys can see I do have a footage here on my screen. Okay, then you guys can see the total duration of this thing is 24 seconds and 21 frames over here. Okay, so now as I do have this particular footage, what I want to do is I just want to cut this particular part. Okay, so maybe from here I just want to give this a cut first. So I will just give this thing a cut somewhere over here. Okay, and as you guys can see, I have give them a cut over here. Again with A, select the selection tool and delete this extra part which I do have here. I'll delete this part here as well and bring this thing somewhere over here. Okay, so from here now what I want to do is I want to come here in my inspector panel, and once I come here in the inspector panel, okay, before that what I want to do is I just want to get a single viewer mode and now come to the inspector panel. So here under the transform option, okay, so let me I have told you guys before, like the small things, okay, like just a brief of what these things are. Okay, so let's try to understand this thing in detail now. Okay, so in transform it's about just scaling in, scaling out. So here you guys can see this is about scaling. So if you're familiar with any other video editing software, you guys might know about this. Okay, so here you guys can also see that I do have a small icon. Okay, so as you guys can see, if I am scaling this thing up, okay, it's scaling up according or it's scaling up proportionally. Okay, but if I just zoom this thing out, okay, so here it's scaling down proportionally here as well. Okay, but if from here if I just click direct click on this particular place as well, I will be able to do those things from here. Okay, so from here also if you want to do some controlling, you guys can do some controllings over here as well. Okay, so now let me select this thing. Okay, otherwise instead of selecting here, what you can also do is you can come here and you can actually zoom in, zoom out. Okay, so these are a few of the features. You can just also drag in, drag out from here. Okay, if you just unlink this one, if I just change this, okay, it will be changed only the y-axis, okay, and from here it will just change the x-axis. So if I just want to reset my frame again the way it was, I can just click here in this icon, as you guys can see on the right hand side. Okay, I can just click here, and again it is just being the same. Okay, so from here what I can do is, if I just want to fit this thing up, I can just fit this thing up over here again. So now here comes the positioning. They're asking me where do I want to position my frame. Okay, so here I can just move the x-axis, and from here if I want to change the y-axis, I can change the y-axis from here. And if I just want to get back the same thing, okay, I can just click here in this particular icon. So now the next thing comes the rotation angle. Okay, so if I want to give this thing any rotation, I can just come here and give this frame a rotation according to myself. Okay, so if I just come here, okay, I can also give some rotation. Okay, 360 degree is just a total turn. So what I can do is I will just go back to 0 again. Okay, so this is how you guys can also give this thing rotation. Okay, so now let's see if you want to flip your frame. Suppose if I come here, if I just want to flip this frame, okay, so from here you guys will be able to flip this thing quite like this, and also kind of like this as well. Vertically and horizontally you guys will be able to flip this thing out. Okay, and here if you want to crop also, you guys will be able to crop here from here. Okay, if you want to crop this thing from the left, okay, so come here and you guys can do some cropping here from the left. If I just want this much frame over here, okay, I can do the cropping. If you want to crop it from the right, you guys can do the cropping from the right. Again, if you want to change it, you guys can actually change it. If you want to crop a little bit from the top, you guys can crop it from the top over here. If you want to crop this thing from the bottom, you guys will be able to crop this thing from the bottom as well. Okay, so here you guys can see the sharpness is too much. Okay, so I have did some cropping over here, but here the frame sharpness is too much. Okay, so here you guys can see the sharpness is too much. So if I come here and if I want to do the smoothness, okay, so here you guys can see a little bit of smoothness. Okay, so if I just come here 100%, so here you guys can see how the smoothness actually works. Okay, if you guys just notice on the side of my screen, okay, so I'll just bring this thing above kind of like this, and here you guys can see on the edges I do have this softness. Okay, so here if I want to retain the image position, I can actually retain the image position from here. If I don't want to retain the image position, I can just click over here as well. So for now I will just retain the image position, and if you want to use the dynamic zoom, okay, you guys can actually use the dynamic zoom from here. Okay, so is in, is out. Okay, so from here you guys can do that. If you want to swap this thing, okay, so there is a linear option, okay, and there is ease in, ease out, ease in and ease out option from here as well. Okay, so you guys can just swap this thing up and see which one looks better. Okay, so we can do some dynamic zoom over here. Okay, and now if I just come here, okay, so if I come here for the smart reframing, we can just reframe using the AI. Okay, so if I just click here, it might take some time. So here I have done the smart reframing. Okay, so here they're asking me object of interest. Okay, so if I just want to add any reference point, okay, so I can just add a reference point over here. If I just want to increase the size of this thing, I can just do that. And now if I reframe, okay, it might take some time. So yeah, now this thing is basically done. And as you guys can see on my screen now, if I play this one here, okay, if I just go back to this position, okay, so now you will be able to see that it have reframed it accordingly, okay, where I have choose the reference point, okay. So you guys can actually click on auto, but for me, I don't use the smart reframe that much, okay. So I forgot to tell you about one thing, okay. This is the pitch and the yaw, okay. So using the pitch, we can just get this thing kind of like this. We can just flip it over quite like this. And if I don't want this one, I can just again come back. And using the yaw, it will just give you the side views kind of like this. If you want to add this thing, okay, you guys can use a little bit of yaw over here, okay. So this is about that. And now I have already told you about the dynamic zoom, okay. So now let's come to the composition, okay. So now if I come here, suppose if I just put this particular icon on top over here, okay, I will just bring this thing down, okay, my playhead over here. And as you guys can see, I do have this particular frame, okay. So again, I will come up over here. So I will just zoom this thing down. And what I want to do is I just want to come here. I want to put it over somewhere here. And now, as you guys can see, I do have this particular logo over here. What I want to do is I just want to position it here in one side. Okay, so I will just keep this thing here on top. Okay, and now I will just decrease the size of this particular thing here as well. Okay, move the x-axis. Okay, and just go on top a little bit over here. Okay, so this is about that. Okay, so this one, if I want to, actually you can see this is the white color over here. Okay, so composition, if you're familiar or if you have used Photoshop before, you guys might be familiar with the blending options. Okay, so from here, basically as I have selected this one, so I do have all the things related to this one over here. Okay, so I can just change the opacity. Okay, you guys can see once we put any watermark in our video, we don't want it to be that visible. Okay, so I can just increase or decrease the opacity from here. So now suppose this one is 100% and I do have different blending modes. So here you guys can see mostly which I do use is the add and the darken one. Okay, so the darken one, what it will do is it will just take out the part. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, now I'm not able to see anything if I want to divide. Okay, if I select this one, and now here you guys can see I do have this watermark here in one corner. Okay, so from here, if I come right to this option again, okay, if I select the speed change, if I want to fast this video up, okay, so if I want to make it 28 frames per second, okay, you guys will be able to see that I have made this video quite slow. Okay, so now this video is quite slow over here. If I come, okay, so if I just increase the speed, okay, so now if I just increase the speed, here you guys will be able to see I have increased the speed of this particular video over here. And here you guys can see once I am increasing the speed, the duration of my video is decreasing. Okay, so if you want to do that, you guys will be able to do that. Or suppose you want to change, you just want this video to be of 10 seconds. In that case, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so you will be able to do this thing from here. Okay, and how you want your video to be played. Okay, do you want it to play from right to left, or if you want your video to be played from the from the left to right, or you want to play your video in a reverse position, you guys will be able to do that using this thing. Okay, and there is another option. Okay, you guys can also use that. Okay, so I just want to play my video somewhat from the left to the right. Okay, and everything else looks fine. Okay, so now I hope you guys have understood this part. So now here if I come to the stabilization option, okay, so now let me just play this video for you again. Okay, so here you guys can see the frame is kind of unstable at this point, and here you guys can see the logo which I have put over here. Okay, so now what I can do is I can just come up over here in the stabilization option. Suppose if I take both of this frame all together, and I will come here, and now I will go to the stabilization option. So there are different modes which you can use, okay? And the cropping ratio you can check out, okay? So if you want to smooth things down, you guys can do that, okay? So for me, I just need to click on here the stabilize, okay? So it will, if I do have a shaky video, in that case, what it will do is it will just stabilize my video to some extent, okay? So now I will just click on the stabilize. It might take some time over here, okay? So now here you guys can see now I have just stabilized this thing, and now let's try to play this video again from here, okay? So this particular clip is stabilized to some extent over here, okay, as you guys are able to see, okay? So this one is stabilized to some extent over here, okay? And you can also just lock the camera from here, and you won't be able to change anything. If you wanna change anything, if you wanna smooth down anything over here, you guys can smooth it, okay? If you wanna decrease the strength from here, you guys will be able to decrease the strength. And this one is the lens correction, okay? So you guys can analyze that one, okay? If you wanna work with retime and scaling, we'll be learning later, okay? And this is the super scaling option if you wanna scale things down to a lot of extent, okay? Noise reduction, sharpness, the super scaling option is there. You guys can on it and use it over here as well, okay? So this was all about the inspector panel for the video, okay? If you do have an audio, I'll show you the audio after this, okay? If you do put some effects, transitions, which we'll be learning, okay? If you put any image right around here, okay, instead of the video panel, if you put it somewhere over to this one, okay? So if you just come here, if you want to put this on top over here, okay, you guys will be able to do that. So let me just play this thing out, and here it will not look great. So what I can do is I can come up here. Otherwise, I can just click on Control Z again. And here I have placed this thing accordingly. Okay, so I can do all of this. And from here, I can actually see the file. Okay, so here I will be able to see the file over here. Okay, you guys can see the frame rate, the resolution. Okay, and now let me just add this particular audio. Okay, so now I will just play this audio, and let's see how it actually sounds. And what I want to do is I just want to crop this audio. I will just mark in from here. And now I will just take this bit front over here, and I'll just mark out. Okay. And now what I'll do is I will just take this particular audio, and I will put it somewhere over here. Okay, so I will just take this particular audio, keep this one over here, and I will just trim this down from this side as well. Okay, and I need to make sure I do have my snapping on. Okay, so I do have my audio over here, and once I choose my audio, from here I can basically select the volume, how I want my volume. Okay, so here if I just increase it, you guys can hear the volume now. And from here, if I just want to increase or decrease the pan, okay, so this is how it sounds right now. Okay, and now if I just increase the pan, okay, so here you guys can see or hear the difference over here. Okay, if you want to change the speed of this music as well, you guys will be able to change the music of the speed as well. Okay, and from here you guys will be able to change the semitone. So here, okay, so here you guys can listen how it sounds right now. If you want to go back, you guys can go back. And now if I want to change the sense, okay, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so now if I want to use the equalizer, I can also come here, and I can work individually with this equalizer over here. Okay, so here you guys can see the frequency. Over here you guys can check all these things out. So if you want to work kind of like this, okay, and now if you want to play this thing up okay, you guys can just play things up from here as well. Okay, and if you wanna bring this thing down again over here, okay, you guys can bring down the audio effects here as well. Okay, so from here you can also decrease or increase the volume according to yourself. Okay, so from here also, as you guys can see this particular line over here. Okay, and another thing, like if you are selecting any video, okay, suppose you are selecting these videos over here. Okay, in that case, what you can also do is, suppose I will just deselect this one. Okay, now I have selected only both of this layer. And what I can also do is, if I want to link this one, okay, or I will come here and I'll just link this clip. So if I select this one, okay, I will be able to select this part here as well. Okay, so let me just come here, right click, and if I want to link this clip, okay, I will be able to link this clip from here. Okay, as you guys can see. Okay, so right now, let's understand this part, okay? So if you wanna crop anything down, okay, just select that particular clip from here, come here. If you wanna transform this one, here you guys can see I do have the transform option from where inside this particular frame, I can just work. Okay, if I wanna decrease or move this thing around, okay, I can just move this thing around over here. And if you wanna know about the anchor point, okay, so basically anchor point is this middle part which I have over here. Okay, I can just move around my anchored point. Okay, if I just want to bring oily part over here, okay, you guys can do that. Okay, and now let's see for this dynamic zoom over here. Okay, if I select the linear option, and now if I come here, okay, suppose I will select this part. Okay, and now I will come here. If I want to do the dynamic zoom from here, okay, I can come here, and suppose I just want to zoom this particular part. Okay, zoom this part, and now I want to zoom out to this point. Okay, so in that case, what I will be able to do is, now here you guys can see the more or the bigger the footage is, it will kind of look like that. Okay, so here you guys can see is just zooming in, okay, and it will just zoom out here. Okay, so this is the difference over here for the dynamic zoom. Okay, you guys can basically work over here in this particular frame as well. Okay, if you want to crop anything down, you guys can also crop it here from the screen. Okay, suppose if you want to crop anything down, you guys can also crop it here from the screen, and click on enter. You guys will now be able to see this particular frame over here. Okay, as I have cropped this thing down. Okay, but now here again I am able to see things out. Okay, so this is about the cropping here as well. If you want to get back the same frame size, okay, you guys will be able to get back the same frame size here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on the inspector panel. I try to explain each and everything in detail about the inspector panel. I have explained to you guys about the dynamic zoom. Okay, so there are different options which we can also use. Okay, so I have shown you guys the two boxes here in the dynamic. If you want to transform, you guys can transform. Okay, move around the keyframes. Okay, so in next class, we will be learning how you can actually use transition effects in this particular application. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 7, and here we'll be learning about the video transitions available in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so we'll be learning from where you can basically put some video transitions. Okay, I'll be showing you guys about that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started with video transition in DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you can see back at the same workspace, okay, so we'll be learning about the transitions over here. Okay, so transition is basically if I just move around my playhead over here. Okay, so let me just take my playhead from here and just move it up. Okay. So here, as you guys can see now, if I play, and here between you guys can see a cut. Okay. So now if I play here, you guys can see the transition between both of this clip is not perfect. Okay. Or it doesn't give a nice effect. It's just a direct cut. Okay. So the direct cut is also a transition, but it is called a cut transition. Okay, so transiting from one video to the another is known as the transition. Okay, so there basically we can actually put a lot of transitions which are already available in our DaVinci Resolve application. Okay, so let's look onto that. Okay, how you can actually put on some transition over here. So first off, if you want to put any transition, okay, so if I just right click over here, okay, so here, as you guys can see, I can actually put on some of the default transition. Okay, so here you guys can see, I do have the cross dissolve transition as my default transition over here. Okay, so here you guys can see it is a 48 frame, 24 frames, 12 frames, and the 6 frame transition. Okay, so you guys can actually put on some transitions from here as well. Okay, otherwise if you directly come here, okay, in this cut option, okay, so from here also if you want to put on some transition, okay, so if you come here, right click, or if you want to directly put on any transition, so from here you guys will be able to put on some dissolve transition over here. Okay, as you guys can see, this is the default transition for me, okay, which is the cross dissolve. Okay, I will be able to change that here as well, but let's look into in my edit panel, and from my edit panel, if I want to look around for the transitions, first off I need to go to the effects option. Okay, so once I go to the effects option over here on my left hand side, you guys can see I do have a lot of transition available over here which I can actually use. Okay, and from here if you want to see the preview, you guys will be able to see the preview from here as well. Okay, so if I just click here, okay, so here you guys can see I do have this one. Okay, so now if I just choose this frame, okay, if I just come here, you guys can see on my preview panel how it will actually look. So the same way, if I come here to the blur dissolve, it will kind of look like this. Okay, so this one is the additive dissolve. Okay, so there are many options which you guys can actually use. Okay, so this one is the crossfade. Okay, different types are there, and this one is a smooth cut. As you guys can see how it is transitioning on my preview panel. Okay, so again the single view over here. Okay, so here you guys can basically see. So there are many options. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it will actually change. If you want it to change in a diamond shape, you guys can actually see it will just change a kind of like this. Okay, and here burn door push. Okay, so here it will just change with a push. If you wanted to change it in a slide, you can see here. Okay, so a lot of option right around here. Okay, so this is the title option which I don't need right now. Okay, we'll be learning about the titles later into our class. So I will just directly go to the video transitions, and under this you guys can see wipe, motion, iris, dissolve, okay, shape, fusion transitions. Okay, I can use all of those fusion transitions from here as well. Okay, so you guys can actually get a preview of how it actually looks. And here if you want to put those, so how you can actually put is, suppose I want to use this cross iris. So I just need to click here, hold and drag my mouse and just keep it here in between both the clips. Okay, so as you guys can see, now I do have this one. Okay, and if you just right click on that particular transition, okay, so if you want to put it here or start, okay, it will come here in the start, or here if you come again, if you put it in the center, you guys will be able to put that thing here in the center. Okay, so if you want to convert it to your default thing, okay, which is the Fusion Cross Dissolve, you guys can do that. Okay, and you can also create transition preset. Okay, and if you want to change the transition duration, you guys will be able to do that. If you want to delete it, you guys can delete it from here as well. Okay, so this is about the transition over here, but mostly what everyone does, okay, or if you want to work closely with your transition, in that case also you need to come here into your inspector panel. Okay, so as you guys can see, I am here in my inspector panel. So from here, as you guys can see, now I do have the transition option right over here. Okay, so from here, what I can do is, first off, I can change what type of transition do I need. Okay, and after that, I can also choose for what duration do I need to do that. Okay, so if I just increase it, it will increase here on my timeline as well. If you guys notice, once I'm increasing the size, my transition duration is also increasing. If I just decrease it, it will decrease from here as well. Okay, so now this is 17 frames. Okay, and here, as you guys can see, okay, if I want to set this particular transition as my default transition, or if I want to set this as a default duration, okay, which is 0.7 seconds, I will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, and as you guys can see here, everything I do have, okay, all the video transitions, but in my cross dissolve, I do have this one in red color. Okay, so here, if you want to add this to your favorites, you can add it. Okay, and if I come here, okay, and if I right click, okay, if I want to set it as the standard transition, or if I want to set this particular thing as my default, I can actually come and click here, and now this smooth cut is my default transition. Okay, so if I just come here in this cut option right now, okay, I can actually put that thing over here. Okay, so again, I will come to this edit option, and let's try to understand this one. Okay, so alignment is basically if I want to put this transition at the end of my first video. So for that, I can click here. Here you guys can see the transition will basically start from here. Or if I want to put it in center of both of this clip, I can come here and select this one. If I want to start it from the second clip, the first frame, I can just click here. And here you guys are able to see that I will be able to do this thing quite over here. Okay, and now if I just click here on the center, if I want to offset to the center, here you guys can see I can actually maintain the x-axis, and also I can change the y-axis from here. Okay, so you guys will be able to change the x-axis and the y-axis from here. Okay, if you want to add any border to your transition, you guys will be able to add some border to the transition. If you want to use some feather, you guys will be able to use the feather here as well. Okay, and now, okay, let me just play this thing out and see how it actually looks. So here you guys can see there was a fast transition, and in the same way, if I want to select this one, and now I just want to increase the size, you guys will be seeing a slower transition comparing to the last one. Okay, so you guys can see there is a slower transition between the videos, and here, as you guys can see, once it fades in, okay, the transition fades in, there is a white color. Okay, so here I can basically change the color. Okay, if I take blue, if I click on OK over here, now if I come, and now here you guys can see blue color discoloration over here, okay, for the transition, okay, which is not quite visible. But here, if you just look closely, you guys will be able to see a bluish color, okay? So that's the use of this color over here. And if you want it to be reversed, okay, so here you guys will be able to see that your transition is working in a reverse, okay? So here you guys can see now this thing is reversed, okay? And it also depends that how you want your transition to appear on your page. Okay, so if you want to ease this thing in and out, you guys can also do that. So let me come back here again. Okay, I have selected this. It will ease in and out. Okay, so this is the transition. And from here, you can actually check the transition curve. Okay, if you want to check the transition curve over here, and once you change the curve over here, you guys will be able to see some changes in this particular place as well. Okay, as you guys can see, okay, the changes over here. Okay, if I just kind of put it like this, okay, and now let me just play it for you all. Okay, so here you guys can see, so the transition curve, it just gives like it hangs there for some time. Okay, if I decrease the size, it will do the same. So I will just keep it at 1 over here. Okay, and yeah, everything is looks to go. And now here you guys can actually put on some of these things over here. Okay, so now as I have applied a keyframe over here, so what I can do is, if I just come here, if I just deselect this keyframing, what I can do is I will just bring this thing over here on top. Okay, if I just want to reset this one, I can just reset it all over again. So now you won't be able to see the same change. Okay, so this is about the transition curve. Okay, so I will be telling you guys more about keyframing, how it is quite helpful. Okay, in any animation, whatever I'm doing in my video. Okay, so I have tried to explain to you guys all of these things over here regarding the transition. I hope you guys will now be able to work with your transition. Okay, and suppose if I come here and now if I just use my blend tool, give a cut over here, and now I want to add some cross dissolve over to this place. Okay, so if I just come here, okay, I can use more than one transition in my video. Just click on A from your keyboard, selected the selection tool. Okay, now select this one, and here you guys can see. Now I do have all the same settings over here. Okay, but here it depends on the video or the transition which I'm choosing. Here you guys can see I do have the style. Okay, so if I want it additive, subtractive, these are a few of the blending options here in your transition. And from here, you guys can actually choose the start ratio, okay? And also, you guys can actually select the end ratio from here, okay? So now, if I just play here, this is how it will actually change, okay? So I hope you guys have understood about the transition here in detail. And suppose you have applied anything over here, and now you want to change all of that thing directly, okay? So you can just directly come here and click on this icon over, and you guys will be able to see that this particular video, okay, or the transition will all be back at its default setting. So hope to see you all in the next chapter, where I'll be teaching you guys about the effects what we use in DaVinci Resolve. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 8, and here I will be showing you guys how you can use effects in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so there are a lot of kind of effects which you can use. I'll be telling you guys each and every usage of the effects, okay, and how you can control your effects from the inspector panel. Okay, I'll be explaining you guys all of that in detail here in this particular class. So let's not waste time, then let's get started on using effects in the DaVinci Resolve. So here, back again at the same timeline or the same project which we are working on into our last. Okay, so now again in last class I forgot to tell you guys about the audio transitions. Okay, so if I come here and if I choose my razor tool over here, and now I just give a cut here in this particular audio. So now if I come here in the audio transitions, here you guys can see I do have all these presets which I can basically put. So for that I need to come here, and what I need to do is I need to put this audio transition here in this particular panel. Okay, click on this one, okay, to select this, okay, and now again select this particular transition over here, go to the inspector panel, and here you guys will also be able to choose the duration, choose the transition type, okay. And if you want to set this as the default one, you guys will be able to do that, as here the crossfade 0 decibels is the default one over here. But for me now, I'm using the plus 3 decibels for the crossfade, okay. So now let's listen to this one over here, and let's see why this transition and how it actually works and why you use it. So this is how it will basically work, okay. Or suppose what I will do is, if I just click on Control minus, okay, again come to this media pool, and let me put this particular audio over here, and now let me put another audio transitions over here, okay. Let me take this one, and now let me put this somewhat over here, and now what I can do is I want to place it here in the center, okay. Come here, select this icon over here. So now as I have selected this particular icon over here, okay, this is the transition, okay. So in that case, what I will be able to do is, if I come here, okay, so I do have the crossfade. So here I can just put it here in the center, okay. If you guys want to put that, if you want to put it here in one side, okay, so here it will work kind of like this. So here you guys can see a smooth transition between the two audios, okay. So what I can do is, if I come here, if I want to off this one, I can basically off this one. And right now, if I just come here, if I want to select this particular thing, I can come here and I can delete this whole thing out, okay. So what I'll do is, I want to delete this whole thing out, okay. So again, I will come here, okay, in the middle, okay. Now we'll understand about the effects, okay. So now let me come here in the effects option, okay, and I'll just off this inspector panel for now, okay. So we will see about this adjustment clip and the fusion composition later, okay. So these are a few of the advanced features, okay. Adjustment clip I'll be explaining you guys later, but here as you guys can see, if I just hover around this one here, as you guys can see a preview, okay. So here in any particular clip, if I want to put that, I can put that over here as well, okay. So different things, this is the digital bleach one, okay. Here you guys can see I can just put this thing on my clip, and I can basically apply all of that over there, okay. I want to make this one kind of stretched out, okay, as I will be able to see over here, okay. So now here you guys can actually get a view of how this thing is, okay. Drone overlay, if you want to use a DSLR, okay, you guys can use all of that, okay. So how to put this kind of transitions, we'll be learning about that. Before that, let's see all of this transitions or the effects which I do have over here. So these are few of the fusion effects, okay. So if I come over here, if I come here in the open effects, you guys can also see how it basically looks, okay. So this is a directional blur, okay, and this one is a box blur, and here is the lens blur, and here are so many things which we can work around with, okay. So let me just show you guys about the effects over here, okay. So I will take the fusion effects, and what I'm going to do is I will select this DSLR, and I will come here, and if I want to put it here in this particular one, I will just put this one here in this, okay. So here as you guys can see, this is the icon of the effects, okay. So here just beside this particular icon, I do have the star icon where I will be able to work with the effects over here. Now as I have chose this particular thing, I will come here in the inspector panel, and if I just click on the effects, here you guys can see now I do have applied the DSLR effects over here. So now it's coming in the fusion, okay. So you can add one or more effects over here. So at this particular place, you guys will be able to choose the text color. Suppose I want a red text color. In that place, if I come here and click on this one, okay, it will be basically applied. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, the shutter speed. If here, as you can see, this is 1/60. I can come here and I can type 200. Okay, so I can just type 200 from here, and I will just come here. Okay, so it will be changed. Okay, kind of changed over here. And now if I just come to the aperture over here, you guys can see it's 5.6. I can come here and I can just change the text according to myself. If I just put 8.8 over here, I will come and I will just keep this thing 8.8 over here. Okay, and now again what I'll do is I'll come here in the time code option. Okay, so here in the time code option, I can basically select this one. Okay, hours, seconds. Okay, you guys will be able to see first. Let me just fit this thing, or if I come here, actual size 100%. If I want to fit it according to my frame, I will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so these are few of the options. If you want to increase this one, you guys will be able to increase this thing out over here. Okay, so if you move this thing out, you guys will be able to do that. Okay, if you want to change the frames per second, you guys will be able to do that. And now if I come here in the ISO option, okay, so here you guys can see this is 800. What I can do is I can just type 1000 over here. Okay, I can just save this thing accordingly. Okay, so here you guys are able to see that as I have changed this one, I will able to change this one, and you guys will be able to see that here in my frame as well. If I want to put some green color effect, here you guys can see it's changing down from here as well. If I come here in the time code, and now if I change this, here you guys can see the time or the frames over here is changing as well. And now if I want to increase the frames per second, I can do that. Okay, so these texts are also being changed over here. And I'll come right down over here. Okay, so if you want to change the overlay color, you guys will be able to change the overlay color from here as well. Okay, and also you can actually adjust the red. Okay, here you guys can see this is the overlay color. If you want to put some greens to that, you guys will be able to put some greens, blues. Okay, if you are want to decrease this recording sign, okay, here in this critical corner, you guys will be able to do that. And here, this is the last thing, which is the battery level. You guys can take it down, okay, or you guys can also bring it up somewhere kind of like this. Okay, you guys will be able to work with that from here as well. Okay, so this is about that. Okay, if you come here in the settings option, if you want to add any comments, you guys will be able to add comments to this particular effect as well. And from here, I hope you guys have understood the usage over here. Okay, and now if you just click on to this one, come to the controls, you guys will be able to work with all this. Okay, and now if I come here, as you guys can see, okay, so here if you want to delete this thing, okay, if you want to delete the filter, you guys can come here and click on delete filter over here. Okay, so this was about how you can actually work on with this thing, but it depends on effect to effects. Okay, suppose if I come here in the night vision one, okay, so this is how it will actually look. And what I can also do is here, this is the noise distortion. Suppose I want to put this here in this particular frame. In that case, now if I just come to the effects, here you guys can see the noise controls. If you want to add some details, okay, if you want to decrease that one, you guys will be able to do that. If you want to increase the contrast, you guys will be able to do that. So these are some of the funny things over here. If you want to increase the brightness, you guys can. Okay, if you want to scale this thing up or scale this thing kind of like this, you guys will be able to do that from here. Okay, you guys can change the angle, okay, the seed, okay, and the seed rate over here. Okay, if you want it discontinuous or inverted, you guys can choose that one. Okay, and if you want to custom the source clip, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so there are different options. If you want to flip it up, okay, or flip down, you guys will be able to do that. Come here, okay, And now the displacement control. So there are a lot of things which we need to know once we work on this one, okay? You guys can just play around, and once you play around with these things, you guys will be able to get a more better idea about all of this over here. If you want to decrease the saturation, you guys can do that. If you want to increase the blend, you come here and you can increase the blend from here. Okay, so now let's come and just play this thing up. So this is how it will actually look. Okay, so this also depends on the thing which you're using. If you want to off this one, you guys will be able to off this thing from here as well. Okay, and now here you can see I don't have my effects applied. But if I again on this one, okay, now I will have here the effects which I have just played with. Okay, so this is about that. And now suppose you do have a big clip, okay? And now what you want to do is in that bigger clip, you just want to put your particular effect which you just have chose. Okay, you want to put it in all. Okay, you want to put it in each and every layers which you do have present over here. So for that, what you need to do is you need to come here on the effects and you need to select the adjustment clip. Okay, just select the adjustment clip, and you don't have to put it here like the other effects how you're putting in your clip individually. So for that, if you want to apply it in all the clips which you have, okay, you just need to bring your adjustment clip and you just need to put that on top. Okay, so you can just put this adjustment clip here on top. Okay, you can come here. Okay, there I can just increase the size and bring this adjustment clip down over here, and you can just increase the size till when or till where you just want your adjustment clip. Okay, so now as you guys can see, I do have my adjustment clip over here, and I will just decrease the size a little bit from here. Okay, so the screen size actually matters a lot. Okay, so now I do have this adjustment clip which is just a blank clip, and here suppose if I want to put this CCTV thing on top of all of my clips, okay, so I will just put this one over here, and now if I play, it is being applied in all the frames underneath this one. Okay, so here now if I come here and if I just play, you guys can see. So there, that particular effect is being applied all over here. Okay, so if I come here in the effects panel, and now here as you guys can see, I do have my fusion effect over here. And from here, I can just control this text around. Okay, so here instead of recording, if I just write 1, 2, 3 here on my screen, on the right hand side, you guys can see I am able to write this thing down over here. Okay, you guys can also select what kind of font you want over here. Okay, you guys can basically change the font. Okay, you guys can actually select the font size if you want to increase it one, if you want to increase the tracking. Okay, you guys will be able to do that. We will be learning about this in our next class about how you can use the text options. Okay, so we will be learning about that. And from here, you guys can actually increase the saturation if you want to decrease the noise, or if you want to increase it, you guys will be able to do that. The noise train, if you want to do it a bit blur, okay, you guys can use this blur size as well over here. And now as you guys can see, this is being applied to my whole frame. Okay, so come here back again, and what you can do is now if I just play this, you guys can see this is being played over here. Okay, here in my particular screen. So hope you guys have understood this particular class. Okay, if you wanna delete this one, you guys can just come here. Okay, in this adjustment layer, and you can just click on delete. Okay, everything will be deleted. Whatever effect was there, that also will get deleted from here. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on the effects. Okay, how you can actually adjust the effects. Okay, and there are a few of the options which you can also explore. Okay, so once you start exploring this thing, suppose here I do have this video collage. So what I can do is I can come here, and now if I do have this particular video, suppose I will take this video and I'll just select all of this and I will delete it from here. Okay, So I will come here, select all of this, and now I will just click on delete. Or here what I can do is I can just come here and just I will come this edit option. Suppose I will select all of this. Okay, I will select these things and I will just delete. And now I do have only this frame. And on top of this, I'll come here in the media pool. I will just put this one over here. Okay, and I will decrease the size. Okay, and I will put another frames on top of this one. Okay, so let me just put this image here on top. Okay, and I will also maintain the size over here. Okay, and I will put another video. Okay, so I will just put another video here on top. Okay, so as you guys can see, I do have 4 layers over here. And now what I will do is I will come here and now I will go down a little bit. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have the video collage. And what I can do is I can just apply these things one by one. Okay, so I will just apply this thing over here. Again, I will come to this frame. I will also apply the video collage over here. Okay, come down to this frame and apply the video collage over here and here as well. Okay, so here I have applied the video collage. Okay, so now what you can do is if you come here, select this one. Okay, and from here you can come. Okay, and from here if you just wanna go to the tiles. Okay, so from here you choose that you just want to send it to the tile number 1 and just come over here. Okay, to this particular video. Okay, now in the open effects, what you can do is go to tiles and now select the tile number 2. Okay, and now here you come again. Okay, come here in the create tile option, go to tiles, and from here choose the tile number 3. Okay, so the same way you guys go here. Okay, and come here and just create tile. Okay, go to the tiles option. And from here, you guys can choose this 4th one. Okay, from here, like send it to the 4th one over here. And now I'll come here again in the 2nd option. And instead of this, I'll just go to create tile. And from create tile, I will again come to this tile option. And I will send it to tile number 2. And here I will come in the 1st one, create tile. And I will send it here in the tile number 1. Okay. So now here, if I just play this thing around, okay? So if I come here, and now if I play, here you guys can see now I do have only... So here using this tile option, you guys can see now I do have 4 of these videos in the same screen. And to this one, if you want to add any other video to it as a background, you guys will be able to use kind of like this here as well. And here you guys can see this is being played over here. Okay, you guys can also make some collage over here as you guys can see some frames. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this class on effects. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 9 and here I'll be showing you how you can manage the audio file in the DaVinci application. Okay, I'll be telling you guys how you can actually adjust the height if you want to adjust some effects onto that, how you can put on some effects in your audio as well. We'll be learning about all of that in detail here in this particular chapter. So let's not waste time and let's get started on managing the audio in the DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now again I'm back here in my particular workspace. Okay, so here if you do have a good video, okay, but if your audio is not that great, so the outcome or the final output won't be that great, okay, to view or to listen. Okay, so you need to make sure that your audio is up to the point according to your video. Okay, so there are many things. You guys can come here in the sound library. If you want to download that one, you guys can do that. But I'll just tell you guys the basics of how you can actually work around with your audio over here. Okay, so first off, this is the audio panel. So if you are not able to view this waves, okay, see the audio waves. So what I can do is I will just increase the size of the audio waves from here. You guys can do it according to your liking. So first off, if you want to change that one, okay, you guys can do this one. Or if you want your audio waves kind of like this, you guys can do. If you want it kind of like this, you guys can actually select over this one, okay? For me, I basically use this two, okay? For now, I will use this one, okay, over here, okay? So now, let's try to understand how you will adjust the audio. So from here, first, the thing, from here, you guys will be able to increase or decrease the sound. And once you're here in your wave, okay, you guys can see there is arrow, okay, so both side arrows is there. So for me, what I can do is I can just increase the size like this, okay, if I just hold on to my mouse over here, okay, if I want to increase the voice or the audio, I can do that. If I want to decrease, I can decrease it kind of from here, okay. So I do have this audio effect kind of over here. And now, as you guys can see, if you come here, select this one, go to the inspector panel, and from here, you do have the option for the audio, okay? So from here, you guys will be able to increase or decrease the volume, okay? Here, you guys can see the changes in my audio waves, in my timeline, okay? So if you want to pen this thing up, you guys can do that. If you want to work with the equalizer, you guys will be able to work with the equalizer from here as well, okay? So now let's play this thing up, okay? And now if I just change this, so here you guys can see now it's kind of slow, okay? So here you guys can see the changes, okay? And if you want to change, you guys can directly come here and it's again changed back to its same original position, okay? So if you want to come here, okay, and if you want to work over here, okay, to these things, you guys will be able to do that from here as well, okay? So now let me just play this thing up for you all again, okay? So here you guys can listen to the music, and whatever suits your ear, you guys can use that. If you want to use the semitone, if you want to decrease the scent, you guys will be able to do this from here as well. So yeah, I hope you guys have understood this part about the audio, okay? So this is about audio from this panel, which I have already explained, okay? So now let's come here and look like if you want your audio to just ease in, okay? Not directly start all of a sudden. So for that, if you guys come here, okay, in this particular panel, on this side, okay, you guys are able to see that you guys do have some white icon, okay? And if you come here, you guys can see you do have an arrow kind of thing. So what you need to do is you need to select that, hold your mouse, and you guys can actually smoothen this up from wherever you guys would love to, okay? So here, this one is kind of sharp. I can also do this from here. I will just come here. Okay, I will select this, okay, and now I will just smoothen this up. So now let's play. So it's starting quite slowly, and if I just move this around here, it will just go down slowly from here as well, okay? So if you just want to smoothen this up here, you guys can see there is another icon. You can also smooth this part down however you like to. Okay, if you want to smooth down this part as well, here you guys can see a red icon. You guys can do things kind of like this over here as well. So now this is how it will be played over here. And now you guys can see the white icon somewhere over here. So it will help you to smooth this thing down. Okay, and I have already explained to you guys about the audio. The other things, okay, this is the audio panel. If you want to add more, click here, and from here if you want to add tracks, okay, what type of tracks you want to add. Is it a stereo or 5.1, 7.1? And here are also different things, okay. Once you start working on this particular application, you guys will be able to gain more knowledge about all of this, okay. And let's come here in the effects panel and look at some of the audio effects over here, okay. So from here, if you come to this and if you want to put this kind of effects, Okay, you guys will be able to put the kind of effects over here. So you guys will be able to use that. Suppose here I am using the echo. Okay, I have put this one, and here you guys can see I do have this thing over here which I can work with. Okay, so now here you guys, if I play this thing, you guys can see. Okay, so I can just increase or decrease from here. Okay, and from here, the left channel, if I wanna. So from here, you guys can actually manage all of this. And if you wanna change, if you do have thing over here, like if you do have any particular number which you want to put it over here, okay, you guys can also do that. Okay, so now if you want to delete this one, you guys need to come here, select this, go to the inspector panel, go to the audio. Okay, from here you guys can basically come down. Okay, go to the effects option. Here you guys can see there are different options for this over here as well. Okay, so the stereo, if you wanna use the low cut, the high cut over here, the ratio. Okay, you guys make sure when you're working with audio, you use a good quality of a headset for you to listen properly, because here there is light in left side, right side. Okay, so many things are there in audio which we can actually work on with. Okay, and it is also the same. Okay, it depends on effects to effect. Okay, so from here, as you can see, this one is for the audio. If I want to delete this effect, I can directly come here and I can click over here as well. Okay, and suppose right now I want to put this thing. Okay, and here you guys can see I do have another box. Okay, over here which I can work with. Okay, so if you want to bounce the audio effect, you guys can come here. Okay, now let's play. So here you guys can see it over here. So here you guys can see Apex plugin is not available for this one over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here in this audio, and from the audio I can actually adjust this text. Okay, so from here also I will be able to do that. If I want to use the pitch option, I can bring this one over here, and here you guys can see. Okay, I do have a lot of options which I can work on with. Okay, in this audio, and it totally depends. Okay, on what type we are using. If I come here in the effects options, okay, if I want to do it semitones, if I want to decrease the sense, okay, decrease the dry and wet part a little bit. Okay, and now if I come here and just play this thing, okay, this is how it will actually sound. So here you guys will be able to hear. So it is giving me some different audio effects over here. So this is how you guys can actually work with different kind of audio effects as well. If you want to delete it, come here and just delete it from the effects panel. Okay, and come here, directly work with the audio from this panel as well. This is about ease in and ease out. If you want to come here, if you select this, and if you want to move this thing around just to smoothen these things up, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 10, and here I will be showing you guys by using text in DaVinci Resolve. Okay, here I'll be showing how you can actually put on some titles, lower thirds, okay, and different kind of things over here, okay, related to the text, how you can manage the font size, okay, the tracking, and all of this. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started on using text in DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here back again at the same workspace which I was working on. Okay, so now if you want to put on some titles or any lower thirds here down or here on the top, okay, to this particular video, you will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, so for that, first you need to go to the effects option again. Okay, and from the effects option, you guys can see I do have the option for titles. Okay, so I do have different titles, fusion titles. If you want to put any kind of subtitle, okay, you guys can also put some subtitle file over here. Okay, so for me, what I'm going to do is here, as you guys can see, I can also get a view of how it actually looks over here. Okay, so here you guys can see. Okay, and now if I just come to this part over here, if you want to put it some simple titles, okay, you guys will be able to put some simple titles over here. Okay, so first thing I will show you guys this one. So I will just drag and drop this file. Okay, and bring this in top over here. Maybe I will just decrease the size of this audio. Okay, so I will just decrease the size of this audio and decrease the video panel here as well a little bit. Okay, so come here again, decrease the size of the video panel. And from here, what I can do is I will select this one and bring it over here. And right over on top, I am going to put this text. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I can just bring this thing down over here. Okay, and maybe I'll take this down kind of like this, and I will delete all the empty tracks. Okay, so I will just delete all the empty tracks which are here. So now what you can do is you can just come over here, and as you guys can see, now if I want to view this title settings, okay, so for that, what I can do is I will come here. Okay, I will just select this, and here you guys can see I do have this thing over here. Okay, so from here I can actually type the title. Okay, so suppose I want to write Las Vegas, USA. Okay, so I will just write this thing up. Okay, and now if you want to change the font type, okay, so there comes the next thing, which is the type of font which you're going to use. Okay, so maybe I will just take this OCRA extended. Okay, I will take this one, and from here you can also choose the color of the text. Okay, you can just move this thing around, and now you guys can see which one looks the best. Okay, so from here you guys can select which one looks better over here, and you guys can click on OK. And in this coloring option, if you want to custom any color, okay, if you want to add some customized colors, you guys can add here, which you'll frequently use. Suppose if I want to take this particular green, you can also add this here in your custom color palette. And now I will use this one, and you can just click on OK. And sometimes what you can also do is you can just go to a few of the websites, and from there you will be able to get the color code, and from here you will be able to put those color code over into this particular panel and click on OK, and you guys will be able to see that. Okay, so from here I can actually increase the size. Okay, if I want to increase the tracking, or if I want to decrease the tracking, I can just decrease the tracking somewhat over here. So tracking is the space between the letters. If you want to increase it, you can increase it from here. If you want to decrease it, you can decrease it from here as well. Okay, so this was about the tracking. Okay, suppose here right now if I come to this point, and instead of writing over here, I will come and I'll just click on enter. So now as you guys can see, I do have this thing quite like this. And from here, if you want to increase the line spacing, you guys can also increase or decrease the line spacing kind of like this. Okay, and here you guys can see the V anchor. Okay, if you want to put it kind of here in down, if you want to put it here in the center, or if you want to put it here in top, you guys can do that. And you can actually adjust the V axis wherever you want to put it. Okay, if you want to get this thing, and if you want to justify the V, okay, you guys can also justify this line. Okay, and suppose if you want to keep this thing here in one corner, okay, so you can do that. If you want to keep this thing here in the center, you can do that. And if you want to justify it to the right, you guys can do that from here. Okay, and the same thing, you can also actually change the spacing over here. If you want to customize it, you guys can do that. And from here, you can also change the anchor point of the H. Okay, if you want to justify, you can justify from here. Okay. And if you want to work here with this line direction, you guys will be able to work with this particular thing from here as well. Okay. So vertical, reverse vertical. Okay. So this is how you guys can also put this thing. Okay, but I will come here and I will just select the automatic one. Okay, you can also select the line direction. Okay, and from here, okay, if you just want to put some cut through like this, okay, you guys can do that. If you want to put some line just underneath your text, you guys can also do that particular thing right up here as well. Okay, I will just off this one and off this one over here as well. Okay, and here if you want to use the right on, okay, you guys can also use the right on from here. Okay, so if you just activate this thing using these keyframes, which we'll learn in the next class. Okay, so this was the basic about text. So here you guys can come here in this particular type. Okay, if you want to add any background to it, okay, from here you guys can do that. Otherwise, if you come here, if I want a green background, I can come here, I can click for a green background. Okay, suppose I will take this particular color, or I want to choose this color, okay, or a red, or anything which kind of matches this one. I can just put here this color as well. Okay, so here you guys can see this is how it will actually look. And if I don't want to put up any colors, in that case, I can also do that. Just put up normal black over here. Okay, and click on OK. And maybe I need to change the text color. Okay, from here, maybe I will go for something like this. And I'll just click on OK. And also what I can do is if I want to transform this one, okay, the spacing, I can do that from here. Okay, if I want to give this thing a rotation, okay, so from here, if I want to give this thing a slight rotation, kind of like this, I will be able to do that. Some rotation on the y-axis, or here in the x-axis, if I want to give this thing a rotation, I will be able to do that from here as well. And if you want to directly adapt it with the width of the angle, you guys can do that. Okay, so again, what I'll do is I will come here, okay, and from here you guys can see there are different options how you can work this thing out, the order, okay. And now, if you want to share this thing up, you guys will be able to share this thing up from here, okay. So for that, let me just take something bold, okay, so different, yeah, let me take this one. And now again, go to the transform option. And from here, if I just want to share this thing up, we can do that. And in the y-axis, if you want to do this thing, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. So now let's come here in the shading option. Okay, so in the shading option, okay, you guys can see. So here you guys can actually add some shading over here. If you want to use this, you guys can actually change the opacity. And there are different blending modes, okay, which you can also use over here. And if you want to increase the thickness, you guys will be able to change the thickness. So this just gives you a kind of like an mask, okay, which you can work on with here, okay. And what kind of appearance do you want to put over here? If you want the border fill, you guys can do that. Otherwise, can select this one or just the basic letter over here, okay. And you guys can come here. Maybe I'll select this one. Okay, and where you want to put, like the outside only, okay, or here adapt to the perspective or the clean intersections. Okay, you guys have that option here as well. If you want to join any particular style over here, you guys will be able to do that. Okay, and here if you want this kind of in a dashed line, okay, you guys can do that. If you want it in dot, you can do that. Okay, dash and dot, this is a mixture of the dash and dot over here and dash and dot here as well. So I'll just take the solid from here, and from here I can basically work on with the color over here. Okay, so here I can just change the color kind of like this. And here, if you want to work on with the softness, if you want to add some softness to it, you guys can add some softness in the y-axis or the x-axis. If you want to give this thing a glow, you guys can increase this one and also blend it according to yourself. Okay, and if you want to come up here, okay, if you want to increase the size, okay, you can increase the size of the letters from here. If you want to increase the size from the y-axis, you guys can do that. So now let's come to this image option. Okay, so here I don't have any image yet, so if I wanted to change the width and all, I won't be able to do that for now. Okay, so from here, if I want to apply any mask or anything, I will be able to do that. So these are few of the advanced features. And now again, if I want to do some keyframing of only this particular thing, which is my text, okay, I can directly come here, and from the settings I can actually work on with the transform. Okay, I have already explained to you guys. If you wanna crop this thing down, okay, we will learn about the keyframing later. Okay, so this is about that. Okay, so we can basically bring this thing quite down here, and what I can do is I can just bring this thing kind of like this, and it will just disappear over here when it comes. Okay, so this is how you can actually use this particular thing. And there are different fusion titles which you can also use over here. Okay, you guys can see they also do have an animation already over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, you guys can actually get a preview. Okay, so they already do have an animation. Okay, so you guys can check which one looks good. So suppose if I want to take this one, I will break this one and I will just put this one here somewhere. Okay, come here in the title option. Okay, and now you guys can actually type what you want. And maybe I will just type the 5 over here and select extra bold. Okay, and I want to put up this color over here and just click on OK. Or maybe it will just match the color. So I will just put up a maroon and I'll click on OK. And here you guys can see I do have this. If I want to increase the size, I can just increase the size from here. Okay, if you want to change the positioning, you guys will be able to change the positioning from here. Okay, and I'll just come right around here and I will just bring this thing here in this part. Okay, so I will just bring this thing. If I want to check the line width, okay, so here you guys can see this is basically the line which I do have here. Okay, if you guys can see properly. Okay, and from here I can actually choose the line color. Okay, so if I take a blue color and if I click on OK, here you guys can see the line color over here. And right now what I can also do is I can just change the settings from here. If I come to the controls, okay, if I want to change the opacity of those things, I will be able to change the opacity of those things here as well. Okay, so this is how you guys will be able to work on with your. So there are different options how you can actually work around with the text. So from here, you guys, if you want to delete this one, you guys can come here and just off this thing up. Okay, and if you just want to on it again, you guys can come here and just on it from here again. Okay, if you want to reset this one, you guys will be able to reset all of this from here as well. Otherwise, if you want to delete, come here, select this one and just click on the delete button from there. Okay, and now this is the final result of my video. Okay, so let's play this thing up. Okay, and here as you guys can see, I do have my title over there. And now as you guys will be able to see, I do have this thing, okay, which consists of this animation. I do have those things over here. Okay, so from here as well, if I wanna check out the hue and the saturation, I can actually do that. Here you guys can see if I wanna make it kinda more if I just want to change the opacity, I can change the opacity. If I want to change the alpha, you guys can see I will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, So you guys can work with this particular stuff here as well. So hope you guys have understood this class on how you can put your titles, your lower thirds, use text in over here. Okay, so if I just select this text, if I come down, if I want to crop this particular thing, I will be able to crop this thing down from here. If I want to transform, I will be able to transform those things down from here as well. Okay, so these are the basic settings. Okay, so here as you guys can see, it is directly taking me to the Fusion. Okay, we will be learning about this in our later classes. So directly if I want to work on with any particular text with the Fusion over here, okay, so I can directly work for any motion graphics, VFX, okay, we can do things like that. Okay, so hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. And I hope you guys have understood the class on text in detail from here. See you all. Take care. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now, here in this chapter number 11, we'll be learning about keyframing to do animation. Okay, so from here, from the inspector panel, I'll be showing you guys how you can do the keyframing over here, how you can work things out in this particular application. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started on keyframing to do animation in the DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm again back at my same workspace over here. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to do some keyframing. Okay, so from where we can basically do the keyframing. Okay, so first off, you need to go to your inspector panel over here. Okay, so here you guys can see a diamond shape icon over here. Okay, so these are all used for the keyframing. Okay, so we will be learning about that here in this particular class. Okay, so suppose, okay, this is from where you can just zoom in or zoom out. Okay, suppose I just want my frame at this point. I want my frame to not appear here on my screen. Okay, so to do the keyframing, what I can do is I can just click here on this particular icon. And what I can do is now, if I just bring this thing kind of forward, okay, if I just bring it over here, suppose I will bring this thing over here. And now, what I can also do is I can again go back to the previous keyframe, okay, and take this one few front, okay, and from here, okay, at this point, what I want is I want to just zoom in, okay, and I want to zoom in kind of totally like this, okay. So I want to zoom in like this, okay. So now let's see a preview of how it actually looks, okay. So it will kind of appear like this here on my screen. And here I have used the keyframing option, okay. So this is about keyframing and how you will be able to understand that you do have a keyframe over here, okay. So here you guys can see you will have this kind of icon over here. And suppose if I come to this one, okay, and now in this one, I want to add some keyframes, okay. So I will just come directly here in my text, okay. And there are a few of the controls over here, advanced control, okay. You guys can also use this one, but I am going to show you just the basics over here, okay. Suppose I want to bring this one the kind of later, okay. Or here, if I just again come to this particular video, I want to position it quite like this, okay. I want to change the x-axis, okay. So I will just bring my video quite down over here in the center, okay. And at this point, what I'm going to do is I am going to click on this particular keyframe, okay. And now I am going to come a bit front, okay, over here. And at this point, I want to again go back to the same position, okay. So now let's see how it actually looks, okay. So here you guys can see, okay, right now. And here I guess I have just mistapped over somewhere over here, okay. I have missed up a point. So here I will click this one And now once I come over here to this point, what I'll do is I will change the x-axis. Okay, so I will change the x-axis from here. I will keep it somewhere like this. Okay, and now again what I am going to do is I will just bring this one few frames forward. And now at this point what I'm going to do is I am going to just go back over here, and now I can just click on 0 and I can just click on enter from here. Okay, so now let's see the preview from here. As you guys can see, okay, now it will be again back. Okay, so this is about the animation. Okay, and now if I want to directly do any animation over here, okay, so I can just directly come here in the transform option. Okay, and in this one, if I just want to add some rotation to this letter, so for that what I'll do is I'll just come here at the beginning. Okay, and at the beginning, now what I am doing is I will just transform the characters over here. Okay, so if I just want to give this thing some kind of a rotation, okay, so for that also I just need to click over to this icon. And if I want to bring this quite like this one, okay, so I will just take this letter over here and now take this few frames forward. Okay, and now I want to change the rotation quite like this. Okay, so this is how I am going to put up a rotation over here. So now just let's see how it will actually look. Okay, so maybe I have just missed one over here as well. Okay, so again I will just come at the beginning and what I'll do is, as I have selected this keyframe, and now I will come here, maybe bring this few frames forward. Okay, and at this point now I am going to add some rotation over here, and I am going to click right over here again. Let's see, did it work or not? Or I will come here, click to this option, and from this option now if I come over here, I just want this to give this thing rotation kind of like this, and just open the keyframe and come here back again and just give this thing a rotation over here as well. Okay, so now let's see how it actually looks. Okay, so here now it will just give a rotation, as you guys can see, and it will disappear kind of like that. And if you want to use the share option, okay, so I will just come here, bring my playhead to this option, and now if I want to add some rotation or if any transformation I want to do, so for that also I will be able to do this thing over here. Go to this controls panel. Okay, so from the control panel, what I can also do is, suppose at this point I want to change the size. Okay, I want to change the size, as you guys can see, and maybe I want to bring this thing little on top. Okay, so first off, as I am over here, okay, so I will come somewhere over here, and now I will click on this diamond icon and maybe bring it a few frames forward. And what I can do is I will just change this quite like this. Okay, and I will just end this animation. So now let's see how it actually looks. So here you guys can see the animation and how it will disappear as well. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I have just changed this one, and wherever you guys can see this diamond icon, you guys need to think, or you guys need to learn that from here we will be able to do some animation. Suppose at the starting of this frame I do have this one in red color. Okay, I will click on OK, and now I will just click on this keyframe, okay, from here. And now what I want to do is, once I come to this particular part, okay, so for that first I need to select this playhead, or I can just drag this down using my mouse. Okay, and over here what I want to do is I just want to change the color. Okay, suppose I will change this thing to a different color from here. Okay, so maybe I will take something in blue. So I will just click on blue and I'll just click on OK over here. So as you guys can see now, if I play, it will turn it to blue once it comes over here. Okay. So I hope you guys have understood this class on keyframing. All the places I do have this diamond icon, I will be able to do my keyframe animation. Okay. And anywhere I can see this icon, okay, just beside my diamond shape, I need to understand that there I do have any type of keyframe animation. Okay, so now if I want to increase the size over here, I will be able to do that from here as well. If you want to reset the video or remove all video effects, remove all audio effects, remove and reset all, everything will be back again at its same position. But if you just want to change the keyframe, you guys can come here and directly reset all the settings which you have put. So it will just again go back to its same original position, which is the default settings from here itself. So hope you guys have understood till this much about the keyframing. I have told you guys the basic of keyframing. So the more you will do, you will understand it in a better way. So the last, let's see a preview what keyframing I have done over here. Okay. So just to show you guys the difference, you can do it with rotation and all the things over here as well. Okay, as you guys can see. Okay, so this is how it will appear. And now it will just disappear kind of like this. Okay, so this is how you can basically work on with the DaVinci Resolve keyframing animation. Okay, so this is quite cool. We can use it in different places to give some smoothness or to give some nice effect to our video. And to each and every layer individually, we can put all of these keyframing options. So see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now, we are on our chapter number 12 and here I'll be explaining you guys about the Fusion Pale in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so in Fusion page, we will be able to do a lot of things. Okay, I'll be showing you guys how you can actually work around with the nodes over here, how you can mismatch them and afterwards get a perfect result out of that. Okay, so we'll be learning about that here in this particular class. So let's not waste time and let's get started on learning the Fusion page in the DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now I'm here in the workspace of the DaVinci Resolve. And this one is the edit page, which I was showing you guys in the last class as well. Okay, so now just beside the edit page, I do have the Fusion page right over here. Okay, so you guys might think that, okay, what this page is about. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I do have my media pool over here. Okay. And here are two of the screens and here I do have my inspector panel. Okay, so now what we'll do is we will try to import a media here into our panel over here. Okay, so once I import any media over here, as you guys can see, I do have both of these things. Okay, so let's first try to understand what media in is and what media out is about. Okay, so basically media in is the input, okay, what you have put over here, and media out is the final result, what we will see. Okay, so here if you come and if you want to view it in the first screen over here as well, okay, you just need to click on one from your keyboard. Okay, if you want to off this one, you guys can actually create one again. Okay, if you want to move the second page over here, you guys can click on 2. Okay, again, if you want to view it, you guys can click 2 and 1 respectively. Okay, so this is the difference. You guys can actually change the spacing kind of over here. So as you guys can see, here, this one is media in. Okay, whatever output I'll put, like the input I will put here, and media out, this one is going to be the output at the end. Okay, and here, this is all about creating a graph. Okay, so here in this class, I'll be just going on with the basics of Fusion page. Okay, if you want to learn more about that, okay, first you need to learn about the basics of what Fusion is. Okay, so here, this is the inspector panel over here, and here you guys can see I do have a lot of options, okay, or kind of tools over here which I can basically use here. Okay, so first let's come here again in the edit panel, and here you guys can see I do have this Fusion page over here. Okay, as you guys can basically see, I didn't put anything here in my timeline, but as I was working over here to this particular page, I do have created this particular thing over here. Okay, and also you can do is you can just come here directly. If you want to import anything, okay, you guys can actually import some media from here as well. So now let's try to understand how this basically works. Okay, so now here you guys can see this is a yellow line over here. Okay, suppose I want to put on some blur effect over here. Okay, basically what we do here in the edit panel is we'll just take any video over here and go to the effects panel and directly put the effect on top of that video. But this is not how the Fusion page works. Okay, so what I'll do is, suppose I do have some of these things over here. Okay, so this is color corrector, color curves, okay, for hue and curves, okay, brightness and contrast. Suppose I want to add some kind of blurry effect here in my video. So what I'm going to do is I need to click over here, and here as you guys can see, I can just put on some blur effect over here. Okay, so as you guys can see, I can just put on this blur effect right over here. So what happens is, this is the first input, okay, which is the main video of mine. And from here, what it does is, it goes to this blur option, and both of these combines here, and they give the output here in the media out option. Okay, but here on my screen, you guys are might not be able to see that. Okay, I'm not able to see any blur. Okay, so for that, what you need to do is you need to come here in this particular option, and here you guys can see the way how you guys basically work in the inspector panel from our edit page. Okay, so here you guys can actually work kind of like this. You guys can choose the filter, and from here basically you guys can choose the blur level. Okay, so from here, as I am increasing, it's getting more blur over here. Okay, so this is how we can actually put, as this one is the preview panel. Okay, so from here I can actually adjust the level of blur I am going to put here in my video. Okay, so here I have put the blur. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this particular place, how you can actually work with that. Okay, so this will all work like we need to create a flow chart over here. Okay, whatever things do I want to put over here. Okay, so suppose now what I want to do is I want to put on some text to the blurry effect over here. Okay, so here as you guys can see, once I do have a yellow line, so this is a foreground. Okay, so I want my text to be on top of the blur effect. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is, here you guys can see a text plus icon. So I will just grab this one and I will bring this one kind of over here. Okay, so now I do have this particular text option over here, and what I want to do is I want to actually connect this one. Okay, I want to connect this one. So to make sure that if you're connecting the nodes, okay, with another thing, suppose with text, with a blur, or with another effect, okay, once you're trying to connect quite different things, and if you want to get media out, in that case, you need to use one quite important thing, which is the merge. Okay, so this is the merge node. The same way I will drag and drop this one over here, and as you guys can see, now what I'll do is I want to put this over here, and I want to add it, and what I'll do is I will just keep this thing right over here, and now again, I will just bring my text over here, and here you guys can see. Okay, and now I will just join this particular text. I will just join this one first. Okay, I will join this with this, and this one with this one over here. Okay, so we need to see what kind of line is there basically. Okay, so here you guys can see it is a yellow line. Okay, so this is a background basically, and here this is in green color. Okay, but whatever and wherever you do have your text, you need to understand by looking at the color of the lines. Okay, so this one is for the foreground, and if you do have a yellow line, that is for the background over here. But as I have actually selected this text over here, but as you guys can see, I don't have a text because I didn't select any text, or I didn't try anything. So for that, I need to directly come here, and here you guys can see I do have my text option. Okay, so from here, what I can do is I can just type good day. Okay, so I will just type good, and I will just type day over here. And the same way, what you can do is you can just increase the size over here. Okay, I did a spelling mistake. Okay, so from here, basically, you guys will be able to do this thing. If I want to change the color, I will just change the color to black and click on OK over here. Okay, you guys can adjust what type of text do I want. Okay, so from here, I will be able to get a lot of text around from here. Okay, as you guys can see. Okay, so this is how I can actually work on with the text. Okay, I have already told you guys about the text. So those are the same options which are available over here. Okay, so this is about creating a flowchart and working over here. Okay, so now, like suppose what I want to do here is I want to mask this particular thing. Okay, I just want a part of this thing, or a part of this text to be visible. Okay, in that case, what I can do is here you guys can see I do have a lot of masking options over here. Okay, so I can choose all these masking options from here. So to put that, what I can do is I can basically drag and drop it over here. Okay, otherwise, another thing what I can do is I can just come here, select the text box, and if I directly click on the rectangle, here you guys can see I do have this rectangle box over here. Okay, so this is how you guys can actually add some mask. And here in my screen, you guys can actually see. Okay, so this is how it will basically work. Okay, so from here, basically, if you want to change the width, okay, suppose if you want to change the width, okay, if you want to change the height, okay, you guys can change it over here. Okay, and from here, if you want to work with a lot of things, okay, and if you want to change the border width, okay, if you want to change the soft edge, you guys can do that. You guys can actually check out the angle from here as well, as you guys can see. Okay, and you can also check the corner radius as well. Okay, so from here, you guys will be able to do it. Okay, and here, as you guys can see, you guys can get it somewhere like this. Okay, and from here, what you can also do is you guys can come here and you guys can change the center like 1. Okay, and from here as well, you guys can select 1 and click on enter. Okay, so you guys will be able to do a lot of things over here. Okay, as you guys can see. And suppose if I just want to go back to the same position, 0.5, and I will come here, and also I will go to 0.5 over here. Okay, and here you guys can see back again at its same position. Okay, if you want to decrease the width, you guys can decrease the width, and if you want to increase the height, you guys will be able to increase the height somewhere like this. Okay, so there are other things like if you come here, And you can actually add so many things, okay? Like you can add one node with multiple nodes out here, okay? We will be able to do that from here as well. Suppose what I want to do is I want my mask to be blurred, okay? In that case, what I can do is I can just bring this over here, and now I can just join this one, okay? So from here, if I wanna join this thing onto this one, okay, so for that, what I can do is I will here, okay, and I can just join this thing somewhere like this. So here I can just connect this one, okay? So I can connect multiple nodes over here. And here, as you guys can see now how this one basically looks. If I just want to move it around, I can move it around quite like this. And we can do some animation over here as well, okay? Using my keyframes, we can do some animations. Okay, so this is all about the Fusion page. I have told you guys the basic over here. Hope you guys have understood. See you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye everyone. Hello everyone and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now, here we are on our chapter number 13 and here I'll be showing you guys about the color correction in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so here in this particular class, we'll be learning about that thing. Okay, so let's not waste time and let's get started on learning color correction in DaVinci Resolve. So now, as you guys can see, I'm here in my DaVinci workspace, okay? And this is basically the color page, okay? So let me just give you guys a small introduction of this page, okay? And let me tell you that we'll just be covering the basics here, okay? I'll just make you guys understand what it is all about, okay? So first, let's go to this edit page over here, okay? So as you guys can see, I have just imported media over here, as you guys can see here in my preview panel. So in last class, we talked about the Fusion page, okay? But here, just after the Fusion page, I do have the color correction page, okay? So DaVinci Resolve is basically known for its color correction capabilities, okay? And it is the best in the market, available right now for the color correction in your video, okay? So as you guys can see here, it is a confusing layout, as you guys can see. So this is basically the window, okay, where we'll be actually able to preview the work. And here, as you guys can see, as I have already told you in the Fusion page, so from here also you guys will be able to make some graphs around, okay? And why we use color correction in the video, okay? So first off, we need to understand about that, okay? So color correction is basically used if you want to add some emotion to your footage, okay? So when your footage, it's not in its original color, okay? So that means that we are trying to convey an emotion through our footage, okay? Suppose if I just put some dark color over here, okay? So in that case, we need to understand that it is giving me some kind of a gloomy appearance, okay? So if I just want to increase the saturation or if I just increase the contrast, if it's kind of in the bluish color side, so it just gives you a vibe like it is somewhere cold, okay? If I want to increase the warmth, okay, in my footage, in that case, I can actually give this thing somewhat yellowish color, okay, or orangish appearance, okay? So it should convey a message when we are doing the color correction, okay? So first off, what I will be showing you, this is the preview panel. This is where you will be working with the graph. And here, this is the scopes, okay? So basically from here also, you guys will be able to change things out, okay? As you guys can see, you guys can change this from here, okay? You guys can see your color right over here, okay? So let's start with the color wheels over here. As you guys can see, I do have a lot of options right around here. Okay, color match. These are different color wheels. Okay, so if you want to work with the dynamic range color wheels, you guys can come here. Okay, and this one is basically the RGB color mode. Okay, So this one consists of red, green, and blue. Okay, so that is the full form of the RGB. Okay, so here in your particular footage, if you want to increase it, okay, so if I just increase this particular part, as you guys can see, now this part is changing. So if I just want to give some coldish appearance over here, you guys can see it is just giving this one a bluish appearance here on my screen. Okay, so we can work out with this one. And next here, it comes the motion effects. Okay, if I do have created any motion effects in here, we can basically put all these things. Okay, so let me tell you guys, color correction is a vast topic to learn about. Okay, so here I'll be just giving you guys the essentials. Okay, so we won't be going through in detail. Okay, if you want to work on with the color curves over here, we can also work on with the color curves over here. Okay, and here comes the color wrapper, from where we can actually work on with the hue and saturation in detail. Okay, and from here as well. Okay, so once you know the basic about all of this, okay, we can dive later, okay, in some other tutorial about the advanced usage of all of this. Okay, so from here also you guys can actually use some mascara, okay, the radius. From here, you guys will be able to use some nodes and all, okay, where we'll be learning about this page as well. Okay, and here, if you want to work with some 3D animation, in that case, you guys will be able to do that from here as well. Okay, and this is the option for keyframing. Okay, I have actually give you guys a basic about keyframing, how you can use the keyframing in the DaVinci Resolve. Okay, so for me, I will come here. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, there are basically 4 options available in my color wheel. Okay, so what I can do is, suppose in this particular image, what I want is, or in this particular footage, I want the black color or the black appearances in my footage to be black, okay, and the white things to be kind of white over here. Okay, so that's about this thing. And from here, if I want to lift this thing up, okay, so if I just want it here, if I want to give some warmth to that, so as you guys can see, once I move here on this particular side, it's just changing the color. And once I'm changing the color, here also you guys are able to see that my color palette over here, or this color graph, is changing accordingly. Okay, and here, from here, you guys will be able to move this thing around. Okay, as you guys can see, it depends that if I am going to the right, it is focusing more on the whiter part. If I want to get the darker part more visible, I will just go to the left hand side over here. Okay, and the same way, this is the gamma ray. Okay, from here, what I can also do is I can just focus on the whites. Okay, so here you guys can see the white part will become more white. Okay, so it actually depends. There is no particular thing like, okay, you need to use this type of effects, or this is the value that you need to put, because it depends on footage to footage as well. It depends on the type of footage or the type of camera I'm using while I am doing my color correction. Okay, so here this is the gain option. Okay, so from here as well, if I want to take it to some color from here, as you guys can see, okay, and I can just move this thing around. Okay, so it is basically the whites over here. Okay, as you guys can see, it's more focusing on that, and this is the overall color of the image. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, okay, I do have this thing right here. Okay, so this one was about this, and from here, if you want to change the hue and the saturation, okay, you guys will be able to change the hue and saturation from here. As you guys can see, if I just want to see the information about my video, I can also view it right from here. If I want to see the graph, I can just come and see the graph from here. Okay, and in the same way, if you want to give some shadows to it, okay, so you guys can give some shadows from here. Okay, if you want to give some highlight, you guys can give some highlight. Okay, and here, as you guys can see, I am focusing more on this particular icon over here, or the image. Okay, this person standing over here and there as well. Okay, And here, if I want to increase the saturate hue over here, okay, I can increase the hue, okay, but I will just keep it somewhere here, okay. And this is the lumetri mix. If I want to decrease this thing, I will be able to decrease the thing from here as well. Okay, suppose what I want to do is I just don't want this critical lift, okay, and I want to go back to its same position, okay, how it was before, or I want to change the gamma. So in that case, here you guys can see that I do have a reset button. What you need to do is to go back to its default positioning. You just need to click here in the reset, and as you guys can see, once I click the reset, it is back again at its same place, okay. So here it will just change only the left, okay, and everything else will remain the same. But again, I'll come here and I will just focus somewhere here, okay. I will just make it darker, okay. So the dark part, I want to make it more darker, okay. And here I can also change the temperature, okay. So basically, if I come here, or if I just move my key to the right hand side, in that case you guys will be able to see that it will give me a orange discoloration, okay. Here I am changing the temperature, and if I go back, it will just give me a cold image, okay. Like it will just give me a cold temperature, okay, which kind of looks like that. If you want to increase or work around with the tint over here, you can do that. You can also change the contrast somewhat over here. And if you want to change the mid-tone or the detail, okay, you guys can use this particular button right over here. So here, as you guys can see, okay, I have done some basic color correction using my color wheel, okay. So what I can also do is, if I want to view it in this whole page, okay. So what I can do is I can click here, and now as you guys can see, I can just basically view this thing out. And from here, I can just play my footage around, okay. As you guys can see the changes, okay, how it actually works, okay. We can actually view this one and work accordingly over here. And if I come here on the top, okay, if you want to view your timeline here as well, you guys will be able to view your timeline and just look around through your video. And if I don't want, I will just off this one. If I don't want to see my notes panel, I can just off the notes panel from here and directly into my color page. If I want to put on some effects, I can directly come here in the effects option, and from here I can choose the effects which I want to basically put. Okay, and there are different settings of that as well. Once I select any effect, suppose if I want to put any effect from here, and from here I can actually manage those settings. Okay, and here this is the light box again. Okay, so from here we can come and check our works. What all do we have over here? Okay, so that one is about the effects. And right here, as you guys can see, I do have, if I do have any audio to it, okay, I can basically mute it for my preview over here, okay. So this is the basic of the color correction panel, okay, and this is very basic, which we have learned over here, okay. And what you can also do is you can just off this one and on this one again, okay. You guys can actually do these things over here, okay. So if you want to toggle bypass, okay, you guys can also do that. You guys will be also able to see the color changes which you have made here in your particular footage. So I hope you guys have now got a basic idea about the color page over here. So hope to see you all in the next chapter. Till then, take care and make sure to practice your color correction. Okay, there is a lot more in the color correction panel which you can actually work with. Okay, you can change the color in detail over here as well. Okay, but first make sure to master the basics. Okay, then you will be able to go and work in an advanced level in this color correction. So take care everyone, and goodbye. See you all in the next chapter. Hello everyone, and welcome you all to another chapter of the DaVinci Resolve Essential Tutorial. So now we are on our chapter number 14, which is going to be the last chapter of this whole tutorial. Okay, so here I'll be showing you guys once you're done with each and everything, okay, how you can actually export your footage. Okay, I'll be telling you guys about the delivery page, which is there at the last. Once you're done with each and everything, manage each and everything out here. Okay, now you just wanna export it. I'll be showing you guys how to do that. So let's not waste time and let's get started on exporting the footage in the DaVinci Resolve. So here, as you guys can see, now again, I'm back at my same workspace, okay? In last class, I have showed you guys about the basic color correction. So here you guys can see this is the original footage which I have here in the source panel. And this is what I have color corrected. Okay, so this one gives you a warm view, but here I have just decreased the temperature, work with the midtone and so many things. So here you guys can basically see the difference. Okay, so now here we'll be learning about how you can export. So once you are done with each and everything, all the steps which you need to do, all the audios you have managed, and now you're going to the deliver option right over here. Okay. So once you go to your deliver page, okay, you guys can see I do have different options right over here. Okay, so from here, I will be able to change the name. If I want it to be saved in a particular place, I can come here in the browse option and it will take me directly to my system from where I can actually save it according to my liking at which part do I want to save it. And after that, there are different formats which I can follow. Okay, H.264 is basically the MP4 version. Okay, you guys can use and make sure that you remember that one if you want to save your image or your footage in a MP4 version. Okay, you can choose the resolution, the frame rate over here, okay, and a lot of the advanced settings. So if you do have a subtitle in your video, in that case you can come here in the subtitle settings and put those according to yourself. Okay, so once you're done with that, okay, once you have selected each and everything, what you can do is you can come here and just add your particular footage in the render queue. Okay, so for me, what I'm going to do is I am going to take this in H.264 version over here. Okay, so as I already do have this thing over here, suppose you want to upload your video directly to your YouTube channel. So first off, you guys need to click over here, select the format, and you guys can actually save it in your system, or you guys can directly upload to YouTube. So for that, you just need to click on this one. You guys can add a title, a description, okay, and what kind of category do you want to put your video to? Okay, is it a music video, or is it a sports related, or film and animation? You guys can choose over here as well. Okay, if you want to upload any thumbnail to that, you guys can also upload a thumbnail to that. For that, you just need to click over here and you guys can select the thumbnail path from here as well. So once you're done with this thing, suppose I will just name this one as export. Okay, so I will name this one as export. I'll come here in the browse option. And what I want to do is I want to save this thing here in my download. So I will just save that over here. And now what I'll do is I'll add this thing to my render queue. Okay, so here, as you guys can see, I have added this part here in my render queue. And I can add so many footages at the same time. Okay, we might have different timelines. So according to that, I can actually render so many timelines over here, and after that I can just click on this option, render all, and it will just render it all for me. Okay, so it might take some time for rendering, and I'll show you guys once I do have that in my system. So I will just render it over here. So here, as you guys can see, now I am done rendering this video. Okay, so it failed to upload because I don't have my YouTube channel linked over here. If you do have your Vimeo account or Twitter, TikTok, if you want to upload it there as well, okay, from here you guys can actually do that from here. Okay, so just let's come to our system over here and we can just play this thing over here. Okay, as you guys can see, this is the final footage after I did the color correction. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood this whole tutorial on the DaVinci Resolve. So hope to see you all in any other tutorial in the near future. Till then, take care and keep on practicing your video editing skill on the DaVinci Resolve. Hello everyone. So now this is the time for a class project. Okay, and this is the class project number 1 where we'll be doing video transition. Okay, I will show you guys the steps, what all need to follow. Okay, and I'll also show it in the system how you can do that. Okay, so let's see what are the steps you need to follow over here. So here, as you guys can see, I do have the steps over here. Name of the class project is doing video transitions. I do have a description and an outcome over here, which you can actually check out. Okay, so the step number 1 will be creating a new timeline in your project. And step 2 is uploading your footage and cut your footage accordingly. Okay, wherever you're going to put some transition, you guys can give some cut over to that place. Okay, and step number 3 is go to the effects panel and do the video transition option. Okay, go to the video transition option and apply your transition accordingly. And once you're done with that, the step number 5 is adjusting the value of your transitions from the inspector panel. And lastly, the step number 6 is save your file and upload it in our project panel. So let's go and let's check out how you can do that. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the workspace. Okay, so the first thing what I need to do is you need to create a timeline. Okay, so I did have a timeline over here, which I just deleted. Okay, so from this timeline, you guys can come here. Okay, you guys can create a new timeline from here. Otherwise, whatever footage you're going to use, you can come here and you can just drag and drop your timeline over here. And if you just play this thing around, you guys will be able to see that. And now increase the size of this footage accordingly. And what you can do is you can come here and give some cut over to this place according to yourself. Okay, suppose I want to give a cut over here, 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 and here, where I'm going to put on some transition. Okay, select the selection tool by clicking A from your keyboard again. And what you're going to do is if you come here, right click here, you will be able to add some transition. Okay, so these are the default transitions. Okay, so now first step, as I've told you, import your media, create a timeline. Okay, that is done. And the next thing, come here and click on the effects option. Okay, so once you're on the effects option, go to the video transition. And here you guys can see I do have a blur dissolve over here. Okay, so what I can do is I can come here, just get a single view. Okay, and I can just come here and here you guys can see a blur dissolve. So what I will do is I will come here and put this here in the center. And now I will just put up a cross dissolve here. And now dip to color dissolve over to this cut. Okay, and now non-additive dissolve to this particular place. Okay, so as you guys can see, I have put on my transition. And next thing what I can do is I will come here, select this and go to my inspector panel. Okay, I can select the duration. Suppose I want it for 1.5 seconds, which is 36 frames. Okay, and where I want to align it, if I want to align it in the center, okay, then what is going to be the strength of this and the vertical strength. And I can just select, do I want it to ease in? Okay, I can also select the transition curve. Okay, which is done. And again, I will come to this one. And from here also, I can actually select where I want to put that. And after that, I will come here again. Okay, if I want to set this one as the default set this one as the default duration, I can just set this one as the default duration over here. Select this, okay, and now just increase the timing somewhere from here. Okay, I will just increase this to 1.2 seconds. Okay, is in option. Okay, so this is basically done over here. Again, put on the inspector panel. And now let's see a preview of how it actually looks. Okay, so here you guys can see this is the transition which we have just worked on. So I hope you guys have understood this particular class on how you can actually put on all of these effects over here. Okay, and the last thing what you can have to do is come here in this particular deliver option. And from the deliver option, what you can do is come here and now add this to the render queue. Okay, so this one will be added here in the render cube. I will save this here in my downloads, and I will name this one as class project. Okay, so I will just name this one as class project 1, and I will save this thing. Okay, and here it is being there in the render panel, and now I will just render it. Okay, so this is how you guys can save your system and just upload that particular file into our project panel. And I'll be very eager to check out your work, which you all will be doing. So see you all in any other chapter. Till then, take care and goodbye, everyone. Hi, everyone. And now again, this is the time for our class project. And this is the class project number 2, where we'll be using effects in our footage. I'll show you guys the steps, what all you need to do, and how you can actually create a effect, okay? An effect you can put in your footage. Okay, we'll be learning about that in detail. So first, let's see what are the steps you need to follow over here. So here, as you guys can see, I do have the name of the class project over here, which is using effects in the footage. And I do have a description and outcome here as well, which you guys can recommend for yourself. So I'll directly go to the steps of what all you need to follow. So step number 1 is creating a timeline. Okay, and the step 2, you will be uploading your footage over to your timeline. Step 3 is going to the effects panel, and you need to choose your effect accordingly. Okay, and after that, I'll also show you if you want to use adjustment layer. Okay, if you want to use, you can use that one if that's necessary. And the step number 5 is you will be adjusting the value of the effects from the inspector panel. And the last step is going to be you saving your file and uploading it in our project panel. I'll show you guys that as well. So let's move on and let's see how it's done. So here, as you guys can see, now I am here in the workspace, okay, in my edit page over here. First step is creating a timeline, which you can come here and create a new timeline over here. Otherwise, you can just import this media, okay, over to this panel, okay, and you will be able to create this. So I don't want this audio over here. Okay, so what I'll do is I will come here and I'll just cut this audio. I just want only this video over here. Okay, so now what I am going to do over here is the next thing, I will come here in my effects panel. Okay, so before that, just let me put some cut throughout this whole footage over here. Okay, and again select this selection tool from here. So suppose I want to give some effects here. Okay, so for that, what I need to do is I need to come here in the effects panel, and from the effects panel, I need to go to the effects over here. Okay, so from here, if I want to put up anything, okay, suppose noise distortion, okay, as you guys can see, and here are the paper age, one over here, if I want to repeat, shape circle, okay, slice over here, okay, video camera, so like this I can add. Suppose I will select this one and I will drag and drop this one here in this particular footage. So now after this, what you can do is select this footage, go to the inspector panel, and from here go to the effects option, and from here you can change the layover color. Suppose I want to give this thing a black color, I will come here, give OK, and if I want to change the color, I can do that. I can actually change the battery level from here, as you guys can see the change on my screen. Okay, and now if I come here in the time code, I can actually work onto this as well. Okay, so from here, as you guys can see, I can select the start option from here. Okay, so I will just keep this thing somewhere over here. And how many frames per second I want, I can also do that over here as well. Okay. And if you want to work with anything else over to this color, if you want to add some keyframes to it, you can do that. Okay. And here, if I click, okay, I can just come here in my Fusion page directly. Okay. Again, come here. Okay. If I want to delete it, if I want to remove all the things I have changed over here, I can also do that. Okay, if I come here in the settings, if I want to put on some comments, I will be able to do that here as well. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood about this thing. But here, if I want to put this particular setting in all these things over here, so what I can do is I will come here. Suppose I want to put this thing over here and I want to put some other effect over to these 4 footages. Okay, so for that again in the effects, and I need to go here on the top. I need to select the adjustment clip, and what I want to do is I just want to put the adjustment clip here on top. Okay, so I will put it here and drag it down till the last. And what I'll do is from here I will come to this option, and from this option, if I want to apply some filter, or if I want to add some blur effect, okay, I can come here and I can just put on some blur effect over here. Okay, so I can do that, or if I want to put that directional blur, I can put that from here as well. So as you guys can see, I have put the blur over here. What I can do is I can just decrease the blur strength kind of like this, and I can just change the angle of the blur. Okay, blur type, if I want to stylize this one, I can do that. Okay, and if I want to use this blend, I can use some blend over here as well. And now it is being applied all over here. Okay, so that is the use of that adjustment layer. So now let's see a preview. Okay, so as you guys can see, my video is being played here on my screen. And now when I come to this footage here, you guys can see a little blur effect which I have put over here into my clip. Okay, so I hope you guys have understood how you can actually use this. Okay, I'll just pause this video and just put up my inspector panel again. And the last step which you're going to do is go to the deliver option. From here, now just add this thing to the render queue. Okay, so now I will just add this, and first I will just rename this one. I will just rename this one as class project 2, and I want to save this here in the downloads, and I will save this over here. Okay, so here you guys can see I have that one here in the render queue, and after that if you click on render all, okay, that particular timeline will be rendered all together. Okay, so just save your file and just upload it into a project panel, which will be the last thing you guys will be doing. I'm very eager to check out your work, how you apply effect. You guys can actually add a lot of things more as well. For me, I just told you guys the basic just to concise this tutorial. Okay, so see you all, take care, and I'll be waiting for you guys to send me your work now.